Good morning, everybody. So today we've got we're going to start the um, or continue the cops thing, get Ashlyn grown up, and have her join the scientist career. And by the time that happens, Travis will be an elder, and we'll have him retire from the cop thing. Um, Last episode, so yesterday. Um, Ashlyn became a toddler this week. The family finished the frog collection. Then Friday, the family of four left again for Granite Falls. Saturday night, Travis missed his own birthday. Actually, I think that was previously. And then yesterday, we returned to Granite Falls, still missing the blue morpho butterfly. Returned from Granite Falls. Ashlyn had a very nice birthday on Wednesday night, and then another vacation, probably our last for a while to Granite Falls, began late Friday evening. In week 6, we finished the insect collection before coming home Sunday night. Then we loaded Get to Work. And Get to Work on Monday, Travis joined the police. So that's where we're sitting right now. It's, of course, between 2 and 6 a.m. at some point. And Travis has joined the police. Yana is working on getting all of the herbalism recipes made, 3 of each. And Ashlyn is trying to grow up. And we're going to get Haley grown up and married off. And
SpongeBob
welcome.
Comedian 16 just followed.
SpongeBob Comedian, welcome to the channel. Woo! So we're going to get everything gathered up from her childhood, get her married off and moved out, and we're going to make sure to put her into a career before we move her out. And we might move her out into a house. We'll probably move her out to homeless. So let's get started. We are going to have a lot of fun today. And of course, we're still trying to get through all the packs before March 6th so that we can play hobbies and businesses and hobbies the day it comes out. So fast forward here. I'm old school. It's turtle, llama, and cheetah speeds. And I go on cheetah speed when they're sleeping. I do llama speed most of the time, and I do turtle when I'm micromanaging. Travis is up early because he's filthy. So yeah, take a shower, not a bath, sweetheart. And then you can use the bathroom and brush your teeth, and you're just up early. We can work with that. See, you're hungry. Let's clean out spoiled food and get leftovers. Move us up to llama speed. This weekend, we're also going to build a store. Instead of going to Granite Falls, we're going to buy a store for the frogs and insects to be sold. Let me know if you got any ideas for that store. It's gonna continue to have. It'll have the fish eventually in fish bowls. It'll have just all of the living collectibles, maybe even the gardening stuff. So Creepy Crawly works for now because frogs and insects, but we would have to change the name later when we added other things in. So I don't know. Let me know what you think there. Let's have him clean up this. Not him, the plate. Clean up the plate and call Emmett over. He doesn't know Emmett. He hasn't helped participate in this project yet. Okay. Then actively participate in the workday of a detective for 2 days. So we have to go one more day to the job, which is fine. Let's have him run with his chest out. We really do need to get him in shape in case he has to fight a suspect. Oh, it's 7 a.m. We don't have the girls up to get ready for school yet. Oops. Why didn't their 6 a.m. alarm wake them up? Seriously. Set alarm for room. Morning. 6 a.m. Let's see if it goes off tomorrow. You are going to... You're actually not that bad off. Take shower, use bathroom, brush teeth. And you are also not that bad off, so it's not a big deal. You're going to take shower, use bathroom, brush teeth, and I don't think I told Haley to actually get out of bed, so let's do that. Mum is still asleep, but we play with Mum in the evenings. Level 3 fitness skill. Excellent. And we're going to join him at the office. Everybody else is going to take care of themselves. We need to look through Haley's relationship panel and see if she has a sufficient number of potential significant others. Let's say 3 or 5 teens that or young adults that she's met and become semi-friendly with. And then and if not, we'll set her to make friends while she's at school today. Training day 2, train harder. There's still a bit more to learn before you'll be ready for your own case. First, it's time to get into the community and start building your reputation as a friendly protector or hardened authority figure. After that, you'll get to take a shot at finding and arresting a suspect. Move on, rookie. Or get a move on, rookie. Go on patrol. The crime map can be used to go on patrol. So this is the crime map. Go on patrol. Before we do that, we're going to go to Haley and go to relationship. 1, 2. She's only got 2 young adults and no teens. So yeah, she's going to continue making friends. And you are going to go on patrol and play. Alright, when an officer is on patrol, they can get to know the community and help troublemakers in check. Talk with residents to make a friendly or mean impression. If you see anyone littering or fighting, issue a citation to make sure they obey the law. Alright, so let's grab this guy and do a friendly introduction. And then let's grab this guy. The one that won. And we're going to do a friendly introduction, but then we're going to issue a citation. Try to calm down. Issue citation. Issue citation. Issue citation. Everybody who's fighting gets a citation. And then we've got another person here. Let's do a friendly introduction to this person.
So.
Deshbo.
Mu beef?
Mu.
Bifna?
Froba Segor.
No sab.
Nova.
Uh-huh.
Yibsy.
Yibs.
And it says now return to the police station, so we'll do that.
Ooh, Kaba Dizi Inja. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
So we were friendly in the community and we issued some citations for fighting, and now we're headed back to the station. All right. Return to the police station completed. You have processed enough clues to issue an all points bulletin APB. While you have a rough description of the suspect, the more clues you find and process, the more specific the description becomes. When you have a very detailed description of the perp, you will be less likely to arrest an innocent who shares a few similarities with the guilty party. Issue an APB. Can I think if we go to the notebook, yeah, the suspect is gloomy, wearing a tank top, female, and has gray hair. So we issue an APB, and it takes us to a sighting. And here's where MC Command Center does me a huge favor. So there's a little bit of a glitch with how the area loads in when you issue an APB. The suspect loads first, and then everybody else filters in. MC Command Center allows me to pause anytime I load a new area. And that means that I pause when the only people on the map are me and the suspect. So it's not actually hard to find the suspect. All points bulletin. A suspect fitting the APB description has been spotted in this area. Ask around to see if anyone can point you toward the suspect. Use the notebook to review the suspect's description. We're looking for a female. Oh, they fixed it. There's another person here. But a female with gray hair in a tank top. I don't think it said whether it was an elder or not. Gloomy, tank top, female, gray hair. Friendly introduction. Let's see what her mood is.
Dag, dag.
She's fine. Oh, gloomy is a trait, not an emotion. More choices, friendly, small talk, get to know. discuss interests, more choices, friendly, small talk, get to know. So you can't do that one behind the other. Also, after you do it, the option to do it disappears for like 2 hours. This is how I get around that. Enthuse about fitness, and then get to know one more time, and we'll have all of her traits.
Oh, Cardu.
Let's just
Floof.
go there.
We in a row.
Creative,
Braza, huh?
gloomy,
See the Roy. Floof.
arrest her.
Bufim. Ronan Koosh.
Okay. So she completely fits her description. Burglar sneaks with quiet grace till the alarm shouts, "Not your place." All right, so now that you have learned about work around the world, you should know that there's plenty to do around the station too. Run criminals through the booking station, take crime reports from civilians, and get to know your coworkers. You can also use the gym upstairs to stay fit, or browse the database on a computer to bolster your knowledge of the criminal mind. Okay, we'll just do these in order. Get criminals' fingerprints at the booking station. It does not appear that anybody got left out last time. We've got... Well, we've got this one. Can we take her fingerprints? Yes, we can. Let's process the person we just arrested.
Whatsuka trolls.
There are no civilians right here now to take a police report from. This is the booking station. You will get fingerprints over here, and then maybe it will tell us. The reason I'm not speeding it up is because when we're done with the fingerprints, it might tell us to do something else with her. Search. So we can do that.
Stoon Rebus. Ziffle Fuba. Yibs Yibs. Funcilia Dress. Espinab. Chinsiva Quixley.
What did he find?
Shishi
A fish.
Karoo.
Okay, well, probably would have let her keep the fish, but okay, let's put her back in the cell. Click on a cell door to choose to lock the sim in the cell. She was in this cell, so... Okay. 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 Well, this is problematic. Click on a cell door to choose a sim to lock in the cell. I can't... And we don't get the option to lock her back in. Okay, we're just going to leave her there. Take a civilian report. Take police report. Stop chatting with her.
Jabahorn Cranejits. Kukale. Iblissim. Varish.
Run through the neighborhood pool jumping. What do you mean? That sounds like fun. They're trespassing. Okay. Discuss case theories.
Ospa.
Talk to the chief. Friendly introduction.
Kangaroo, Pukanoi, Shishmi. Narima! So.
Skoomba Chew. Prepna Pelzo. Oh, Iklavov. Varish, Ralph, Illinois. Kalemka Ospa.
Yes, Dombila, Buskiwi, Yana
Kukaloy.
I don't get it. What are we supposed to say to the chief? Sure, it's just...
Jabahorn Cranejit.
Yibs, Farine, Wakaroo.
Varish.
Oh, talk to the chief. Okay.
True Bay Inta. Ah, Istoba.
Yazib. Bimbus.
Scott isn't officers like you that allow us to get hit with 3 burglars, 5 arsons, and 2 vandalisms. Get back to work. Well, that was rough.
Sick of foos. Ashi.
Get another police report. I already fingerprinted that one, so... Sure, let's go exercise for an hour. Workout.
Oh, Cardool.
Browse the police database. Discuss case theories. Browse the police database. Stop doing that. Fingerprint this guy. Oh, somebody put her back in a cell finally. I couldn't click on that door at all. So maybe she just sort of went in there on her own and she's not actually locked in there? Okay, who knows? Travis's workday will end in an hour. Take mug shots at the booking station. So after you're done taking his fingerprint, take a mug shot and search criminals. So after that, search suspect. And then lock in cell Aiden.
Naboma. Tawabishna. Dinar.
We were supposed to go home at 5 o'clock, but it's now 5:30 and we're not home yet. Okay, there we go. And we got a promotion. Yay. Leap, leaf alert! Leap, leaf alert! Translation: live, laugh, love. Leap, leaf alert! They really need to get rid of that particular tooltip because the notebook is no longer in the phone. Not in. I mean, it's next to the phone, but it's not at the top of the phone options. You open the phone, you will phone. Nothing about a notebook. Notebook, phone, calendar. All right. Let's see what. And we went back in time. It was 5:35 when we left the office. It's 5:18 when we get home. Promoted to officer. Haley has an A in school. Did she not go today? Whatever. She wants to practice typing, but she is desperate for fun at the moment. So we're going to go ahead and have her play there and then swing there and then practice that and then do homework. She needs to do her homework and then nap. Travis use the bathroom, take a shower, and nap. Get leftovers. Okay, stop doing that now. Your fun is almost full. Swing. Reach through homework. $7 o'clock. Yeah, okay. Instead of napping, you're gonna get to know this guy here. Let's see if we like his traits. He's a young adult, so we can learn all of them. Friendly, small talk, get to know, enthused about outdoors, friendly, small talk, get to know, friendly, ask about career, get to know, homework complete. Where is he going? Kleptomaniac. What are her traits? Clumsy. It's nice. Childish. Hold on. What was it? Let's see. More choices, actions, open profile. Loves the outdoors, kleptomaniac, and childish. We got loves the outdoors in common. So we don't want him hanging around because of the kleptomaniac thing. But if we give her childish, they would actually be a pretty good match. And if I give her loves the outdoors, childish, and clumsy, I have no idea what career I would give her. What is his career? Kleptomaniac, loves the outdoors, childish. He's a forest ranger at Granite Falls Forest. Okay. That's how they met, apparently. Okay. Let's send him home. But he's an option. Let's repair. And then mop. What did he steal? Just go ahead and go to sleep. And you... get leftovers. I believe we still need to fertilize these 4. You're home. This plant has recently been fertilized. This plant has recently been fertilized. Okay, so she's probably got 6. Yeah, sell those. And we can sell all. I don't see any weeding that needs done. There are a couple need evolved. I'm not seeing any that need watered. Okay, these need weeded. Weed all. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna stop that. That is getting extremely annoying, and I know what's causing that sound, and it's this. It plays a sound every time their mood changes. No. So let's turn that off. Too many crickets. Travis, you're going to clean this sink. And then you're going to make a mobile app. See if that finishes your aspiration. You, my dear, would like a shower and a nap.
Fenoy.
And then you're going to make some remedies. And you, when you finish your homework, are going to invite Emmett over to hang out.
Yes. Oh.
Emmett is sleeping. And it's Haley's birthday, so we're going to wake up Haley and have her blow out candles. We are going to have her go to sleep. Open. Looking for the winter cake. Aw, did it spoil? Looks like it's spoiled. Okay, so we're going to have her bake a cake. Chocolate cake. Easy peasy. It's 12 o'clock. She is going to pause. She is going to brew herbal remedy. Soothing skin balm with chamomile and locust. 2 chamomile, 1 locust per. Let's see if we can do that. We have 3 locust. And I know we have 6 chamomile. So let's chamomile. And we're going to put this on the center of this cupboard and have her add birthday candles. And make a wish. And we were going to make her childish, if that became an option. No, not hates children would be the opposite. We could have her do active and follow in her mom's footsteps and be an athlete. And she'd still be a decent match for... Yeah, let's do that, and let's have her be a bodybuilder. And phone, business, find a job, and add birthday candles to that. Athlete. You are going to brew another one of those. I'm going to put that in the fridge. And you are going to go to sleep. And now we're focusing on Gianna again. Pause as soon as she's done with this one. She'll do that arms out thing, yeah. The next one she's going to need 2 muckleberries and a walking stick. And this one I think we have to skip, because we're not going to have enough walking sticks. Open. Okay. Desperate. Walking stick. We're going to go ahead and make 1 so that we know we still need to make 2, because we do have another one down here. No, because we're going to be putting these into the store, and then we'd have to buy it to get it back out. So let's not do that. So we're not going to do this one. We're just going to move on to the next one. Brew herbal remedy. Tummy therapy requires huckleberry and termite. 2 huckleberry and 1 termite. Huckleberry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 3 termites. 1, 3. Okay. Let's Thursday morning, as Haley graduated from high school, Sienna learned that she needs 2 more walking sticks to make the de-stressing decoction. Okay. See, now we'll remember it because we wrote it down in our diary. That's what the diary is for. The diary is so that Sarah doesn't lose her mind. Okay. It's 2 a.m. So we've got the ingredients in her inventory. We need to stop having the potions in her inventory because she'll drink them. Let's see. What did she do first? Cowplant berry goes in there. I think the insect repellent liniment was first. And then it was the sadness alleviation lotion. And then the deodorizing cream. And then she just did this one. Let's see if we got that in the right order. Insect, sadness, deodorizing, soothing. Okay. And she's got the ingredients to tell her where she left off anyway, so have her go to sleep. Because it's 2 o'clock in the morning and we need to save the game. Yeah. There's my reminder to save the game. And save. And I need to stretch. I need to knock things off my bookcase. But I need to get up and do a stretching routine and make a new thing of hot tea. So we're going to pause. Who's going to be up first? She will, which is almost good. Got another week until she ages up. Another week to finish her aspiration. She needs to spend some time at the computer this weekend. Okay, so we're going to take a short break. And when we get back, we will play Friday, and we're probably going to build 1 or 2 stores in Magnolia Promenade before we take another break. So that is the plan. there, SpongeBob comedian. How are you doing today? We are going to get back into this. We are going to use this session to finish off of Friday with the family, and then we're going to build sorry, I have to put my leg under me because of just stuff, and my skirt got in the way. We are going to build our first store in Magnolia Promenade to sell frogs and insects, because those are the collections that we've finished so far. And so let's go do that. Thank you for popping into the chat. I really appreciate it. The one thing I love about streaming is talking with you guys. Feel free to ask me anything. Do keep in mind the rules for my chat, please. But pop up with anything you want. Okay, that woke her up. But it didn't wake up Haley. Brush teeth. And it looks like she needs some breakfast this morning. And after you've done that, clean out the leftovers, please. And Travis needs to get up and do his morning routine. Because he also has to be gone at 8 a.m. And Sienna got out of bed before she was ready to get up because she needs to use the bathroom, and then she'll go back to sleep. Haley has the day off because she doesn't start work until tomorrow. If she works tomorrow. Yeah, she'll start on Friday. But she needs charisma and fitness. So charisma will be the harder one to train. So let's get her out of bed and get her started on that this morning, so we can have her doing that during the day. Practice speech. No, practice speech. Just for a few minutes before we get started. I don't know if I'll still be able to have her do that today. I forgot to get tea. Well, dang it. I'm thirsty. Okay, I don't want to take a break right now. I'm looking between my computer screen and my coaster where my tea cup should be sitting. And okay, get a case assignment. Let's just, okay, we are, she's caring for herself, that's fine, and she's caring for herself until her needs are met, and then we're gonna set her to build. No, we're not, because she doesn't have the ability. Okay, what exactly does he have to do in order to... He needs to go to a crime scene and go on patrol. So let's get a case assignment. If we do these things when they pop up here, we'll get a better bang for our buck. But Start a case map. Travel to crime scene. And then we'll go on patrol even if it doesn't give us the option, so that we've done our tasks that we need to do for our next promotion. Because we like getting promoted. We've already read this. We want to take crime scene pictures. Isn't this the same house as before? With the okay. We need to take a picture. We need to collect a clue. And we need to talk to a witness. Take more crime scene pictures. Collect more clues. Get another witness statement. Do we have another witness? Here we go. Take witness report. And we need yet more pictures and clues. Do we see anything? Do play. Is there anything broken or stolen or... I'm not seeing more, so we're just gonna...
Veniki Vambos. Lobadine.
What is that? Oh, okay. Oh, the microwave has been stolen. But we already dusted for fingerprints last time, apparently. Let's dust for fingerprints here. Get another witness report. But it's saying we've already done this on everybody. Oh, except the one we did originally. Okay, whatever. Purchased fish. Purchased fish. Okay, so they stole the microwave and the refrigerator. Return to the police station. Yes, we want to leave. Yes, we want to leave. Okay. Build skill. Nope, that's not helpful. Build skill. Nope, that's not helpful. If I tell her to tend the garden, will she actually tend the garden? Let's see if that happens. There we go. Have her socialize with him. And she at school with all of her needs, happiness. She's only a B student. Alright. And we're working on him, and he's hungry. Let's take care of that, shall we? I believe upstairs there's a vending machine. So get a sandwich. Don't tell them to do anything else while they're eating these sandwiches, because if they put it down without the intention of eating it right away, it disappears because it's a public lot and it automatically cleans up trash. It's just annoying. So let him finish eating completely before we tell him to analyze evidence. Wait, what happened to the rest of my evidence? Oh my god, they fixed it! The evidence doesn't carry over from crime scene to crime scene anymore. Is it even in my inventory? Okay. That's fascinating. Failed to produce any useful information. Analyze more evidence.
Nobi Yurmda. Verobi Sabino. Chinabs. Derbna Tre. Wangle Free Tar. And the Chris. Sarge Canoe. Sangula Yurnishka. Hoy. Swande Shwema. Benarpsha. Chris Craig. Luffy Yaspa. Verobi Sabino. Manu Barak. Tano Chech. Denver Bifna. Simzay.
So far we know that the suspect is evil.
Senjul. Rula Opne. Ziragwa Penarb. There's a quack. That's all you being
Okay. We are going to go on patrol. Because we need to do that for promotion reasons. And it didn't ask us to do it today because we were still working on a case. So, while it didn't tell us to do it, it'll give us tasks anyways while we're out. And we'll get credit for going on patrol. We've only got an hour left in the workday. We're at my house. I'm on patrol at my house. I can control everyone while I'm on patrol at my house. Okay, you need to do your homework. You need to practice speech. You need to sell all in the garden. And you need to chat with a civilian and spend 2 hours on patrol. So we're going to work late today.
Caboose.
Yibs. Sanzo Unga. Nizo.
Yaksa. Dagda. Griba, huh?
Issue citation. Issue citation. Friendly introduction.
Glibonk, Hibani, Shanjay.
Palzo! Quartz!
Boujang.
Oh.
Oh, Kalutza. Tinkwe.
Oh.
Kalgo.
Crunch.
Jarinka Shibo. Obakun Baro.
Oh, Yao Mish.
Burrito. Ho ho.
Niba Hana. Srethi Pardu.
Sul.
Gizna Githara. Jessene
Venoza.
Clonkis. Guma.
Omisk. Arbane.
Sibuna Twarble Farble.
Are there any more people, or are they all hanging out in front of my house? It says issue more citations.
Simray.
Bean. Harthik. Swafa. Gibik Nardu. Wissib. Squamish. Brotza.
Unkim Panipa Spoid. Finaim.
Finosabat.
Nibs. Batanabe.
Treeb.
Abimo Yaf. And Zerpa Pahili. Karanizi. Dag.
So.
Finalibo.
Oh.
Sikafish. Yisla. Yaba. Yakalau. Oh.
Horse Huh.
Hey, we arrested her last time. For murder, I think. Okay. Well, so we didn't issue more citations, but oh well. Go return to the police station. Add clues to the crime map. Cross-reference crime scene photo. Browse police database. And right now our clues are an evil teen. That's not very helpful.
Flabe.
Glar Bafna.
Ah.
Dabishi Shaibo.
End of shift. We did not get a promotion. We'll probably get it tomorrow. Oh, no, we won't, because we work Monday through Friday, and tomorrow is Saturday, and we're building a a store. So, okay. Do 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 do. All these people are still hanging out in front of my house. Well, two of them are about to leave, apparently. Okay, now we have enough. Wearing a skirt and a jacket, so now we'll be able to arrest somebody tomorrow. You didn't finish your homework, did you? Practice speech. Water all. Alright. Ooh. You need fun, bladder, hunger. Okay, let's take care of the bladder first. And then have you play a chess game. And okay, I think everybody's doing something now.
Ah, do you? Da buste.
Chilney. Fumu. Watso. Watso. Balafoy Camus. Awavine.
Alright, the next one is going to need 2 toxic chamomile and 2 huckleberry purr.
Voby Nurks. Gushal. Tribnafenib. Awavine. Flu. Yathruya. Brohare Azig. Chima Rimple. Gord.
2 huckleberry purr is 1, 2, 3,
Ooh, Barig.
4,
Malene.
5,
Regin.
4, 5, 6, and 6 toxic chamomile.
Watso. Watso. Hish. Balafoy Camus. Awavine. Gushal. Tribnafenib. Runa. Kush. Taranga Yaga Nifi.
Alright, and now back down. And we put this in our inventory, and we brew the Clear Mind distillation.
Wangle Fruit Dupes. Vambu. Shanawi.
Okay. When she's done with that, she can clean this and use that. Oh, no, she won't. Watch, it'll all disappear as soon as she's done. But I can tell her to do the next one. Travis is tired and hungry. So let's have him get leftovers and go to sleep.
Ponky Steve.
Let's let her finish leveling up her charisma once. And then we'll have her get leftovers. There we go. Very nice. She is working on typing. She's done 3 hours. She's got 1 more. Then we'll send her to bed after she's finished that. And we're back to Sienna. Somebody got a breakfast scramble out and didn't eat it, so we're gonna put it back in the fridge. Did she just finish? Yep, that's what that sound was. So she is going to stop doing that and go to sleep. And she is going to eat and then sleep. And he is going to sleep, and we're back to Sienna again. Okay, now she is tired. She doesn't go to work until 2 p.m. I do not want to send her to bed at 9 p.m. if she gets home from work at 11 p.m. if she gets home from work at 9 p.m. And she does have to work tomorrow. So let's have her do her study opponents thing that she needs to do. While I gather up. She just did. Which one did she just do? That one. So poison fire leaf, morel mushrooms, and fire ants. 2, 2, and 1. Poison fire leaf. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. False morale. Fire ant, fire ant, fire ant, fire ant. 1, 2, 3. We're looking for the morale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we can close these. And did we do tummy therapy? We're More choices. Brew herbal remedy. By skill. Insect sadness, deodorizing, and soothing we got. Then de-stressing, tummy, fire leaf, and clear mind. Fire leaf goes over here. Or clear mind goes over here. Fire leaf goes here. That's what's going wrong. The distressing decoction is the one we couldn't do because we needed the walking sticks. Yeah. Wait, he goes to work tomorrow. He doesn't work Monday. His schedule changes when he gets promoted. Okay. The police officer is the only profession that happens in. The doctor and the scientist all stay at the same hours. Okay,
Beef ski.
um, so we'll have, okay, so apparently we need to take a little bit of a break. And I'm going to get that tea I was talking about and try to figure out where, who, when, store, no weekend. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that. Okay. So see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Okay, everybody. Sorry about that little break. We needed we need to get stuff situated in the house. IRL and all that. Gets in the way of the game sometimes. So we are at 2 o'clock in the morning, so she's gonna finish this and then she's gonna go to bed because it's 2 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, we didn't figure out what we were doing about the maybe I think it goes here. Maybe we'll what's everybody's work schedule? When is his next day off? Because we have to follow him to work. So I guess we'll do the store on Monday. Assuming we don't get the promotion on our schedule check. Well, you know what? His next day off, we're building a store. Okay. Serena, Yenna, go to sleep. And then save. Welcome, Trebuchet. Thank you for logging in. She's gonna be next up. Oh, what broke? The toilet. Okay, get up and repair this. Travis is mad about the dirty, so let's have him mop. He's not particularly hungry, so after he's done mopping, he's going to clean up the dishes. She does want breakfast, so let's have her do that. And after she's done with breakfast, have her clean out the spoiled food. Mom is still sleeping. And you are going to use the downstairs bathroom. Why did she take it? Because he's... Oi. Go into that sink. And this mess goes into the trash. And you are going to empty the trash. And you are lined up to get all of your needs taken care of. And you are still sleeping. And we're about to go to work with Travis. And you will go to work today at noon. So maybe you work out after you. Yeah, none of that's actually gonna happen. They don't do that stuff after you. switch out of their zone. But that's okay. Okay. Travis is off to work. Ashlyn is off to school. We're going to delete all of that so that we know what we're doing. We need to talk to the chief this morning. So, more choices, friendly, small talk, talk to chief. We need to analyze evidence. That's our last piece. And cross-reference the police database. And away we go. We've already done this stuff, so it's just a matter of following this until we get our promotion.
Hey.
Officers like you that allow us to get hit. Okay, he's still not happy with us. Go on patrol.
Una narcanap. You threw ya.
Well, okay, so we know not to do that again. Where are we going to end up on patrol? It would be nice if we ended up at our house again so we could get people situated. Nope, we're at an empty lot. The dusty turf empty lot. And let it play so that these two can get in a fight. Issue a citation to the one that won the fight.
May boof. Agonal.
Issue citation.
Oh, Kalutza. Think we shall go.
Sipna?
Then issue a citation to this person.
So.
Maybe. Supreme? Oh, Diwa.
Oh, Hinara. Sarobda.
Chat with her. Friendly introduction. Okay, where is he? Oh, okay. Alright, let's get this over with.
Chilo Livka. Narble for boy. Yapsa.
Issue more citations. In order to do that, I have to find people doing something wrong. Let's watch Bella. Anybody fighting? Anybody littering? Okay. Do 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 do.
Fenosa Labragus, Gorge.
Oh, okay. We're gonna not look at. We'll look at the notebook on the other end. I believe it's an evil teen wearing a jacket. I think they're wearing a skirt. We might have more clues. You certainly have a full board. Yep. Notebook. Jacket, skirt, teen, evil. She's the only one wearing a jacket. They're all teens wearing skirts.
Yibs. Sam so. Uh-huh. Unya.
Dag, dag.
Uh-huh.
Okay. More choices. Friendly. Small talk. Get to know. More choices. Friendly. Small talk. Favorite color. More choices. Friendly. Small talk. Get to know. Teens only have 2
So
traits.
flava. So nay. So flo. We sit in a row. Ooh, see
Romantic.
Uh-huh.
Nina.
Drat.
Ah.
Likes the color gray.
Ah.
Evil. Arrest.
Ooh. Farik. Be Ralph. Oh. Oh, dark boy. Arbor trick.
Okie dokie okie okie dokie okie 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 dokie okie dokie. We have a suspect. Will we do all the stuff this time? Or just whoop? And now we know not to get our suspects out of the thing to fingerprint and whatnot because we can't put them back in the cell, so interrogate the suspect, take a police report from a civilian. Let's do that because there's a bunch of them here. Take a police report, discuss case theories with coworkers. Discuss case theories. Then interrogate suspect. This one.
Yep, yo yim.
Some kids have been running through the neighborhood pool jumping. What do you mean that sounds like fun? Yeah, it really does. You people are ridiculous.
Oh. Huh.
Okay, now the interrogation works better with some decorations, but we can't go into build. You can't modify a lot while your sim is working. Then how do you modify the lot? I can modify the... Okay, there's nothing in here to help us. So we're interrogating the subject, the suspect. And we have this thing up here that tells us how likely they are to confess. So we can good cop, small talk, good cop, offer candy bar,
We.
evidence,
Sweet Panther?
review case file,
Patrol? Vagabond thief now.
evidence, show crime pictures,
There's not.
evidence, show witness statement,
Luba.
Kuputon or a bow.
show fingerprint
The-
evidence,
Wamsy.
good cop, ask about
Uh,
crime,
Zamoy Bunaiba. Wokaroo. Wokaroo. Wokaroo.
Roniku.
Ah.
Um.
Kuputon or a bow. With Subda Yulonside?
Zanala. Oh, Luba.
What a flip, but no?
the suspect appears to be guilty. It's time to put the criminal behind bars. Get confession. There we go.
Buena Fuin.
May
Quick.
Boof Narskal. Yamul Nalfik. Umpatosh. Yalma?
Ah. Girjadishnoy.
Take mug shots at the booking station. Case closed. Go to the computer and get back out there.
Cheaper.
Let's see how the chief feels about this now. And after we're done talking to the chief, we're going to do an endurance run on the treadmill until the end of the shift. You're originally from Sunset Valley? Well, I don't know how things work over there in the valley, but over there we follow a little thing called the chain of command. And we have been promoted. And our next shift is tomorrow at 9 a.m. Wait. Why did it say it's Friday? I thought it was Saturday. Okay. I usually get off a day in the real world, but not in the games. What's wrong with me? Knock, 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 knock. Okay, so we'll just check when we get in. But weirdness. Okay. So yeah, it's Friday. Okay. Which means the kid went to school. Grades are up. She's an A student now. Excellent. And they're the only ones home right now. So let's start out with her needs. She's green across the board. So she needs to do her homework. And then she needs to play Keyboard Commander. Oh, and his needs, he needs food. So let's get leftovers. And then Charisma is level 1. Fitness is level 3. Logic is level 3. Let's have him practice his speech for a while. No. Clean that up for him.
Linkto Zarpstravo, Pip Top, Fwens, Sonza Brista, Pinka Fliff. What's up?
I think she gets home first. She gets home at 7. She gets home at 9, so she'll be home first. And she's hungry, so let's get her something to eat. Key trainer. Performance gain. Serve dinner. Garden salad. Charisma level 2. Deep tissue massage. Performance winning effort. Okay, homework complete. Haley brought home money. She did great work. Haley is going to invite over Bowen. Did you go for it? You're a nanny. I don't think you age. You are going to invite Emmett over after you win at the typing game. Or before then. Sure, why not? You need to change into your everyday outfit. And Brighton Day, more choices, romance, flirt.
Crin. Freezok Mobsy. Obi Weepsta. Paim Zeshlom.
Lonkus.
And we need to report on the experiment.
Woompy boom.
Troy.
Espina.
Naba. Snowy Mippa.
He doesn't like us.
Leffel.
Or the flirting didn't help work. Ask about romantic interests.
Regerao, Himbal.
Veranoi or a bay.
Great Scott, it worked. I wonder if you can use the same technology to actually send an email through the time and find... Hold on. And find out why any of this happened to begin with. And he's attracted to women. So why did he... Okay, let's try again. Flatter. Compliment appearance. Smooth recovery. Yeah, do a smooth recovery.
Ah, Vadish. Jorm. Lemstanagambe. Lagan. Yana. Finems.
Okay. Yenna is home, and she's primarily tired. So let's have her take a nap. Wrong side of the bed. Nap.
Yamal? Huh? Waffatub Fibose.
She gets Monday off.
Flicks. Yabrano Darza.
He gets Monday off. She gets Monday off.
Kriko.
She'll be in school. Okay, so we're apparently going to do this thing Monday.
Larga. Batanaba and Quohaben. Grenef.
More choices. Romance, affection, confess attraction.
Flari Bria. Galba Limna Glenk. Wissip. Rebanina. Swafa. Kumiao. Bouchard Flassel. Bull. Loopspe. Finerba. Braga. Waffatub Fibose. Jewel.
Alright, let's see if we can...
Vimpa Zagu.
Ish.
Honka Thori.
Vadish.
Luna.
Ooh. Burl.
Oh.
Nino Chaza.
Ask if single.
Abenor.
Dabishi Sleka.
Shinfla.
Blow a kiss. Bowen is single. Compliment appearance. Flirt. More choices. Romance. Flirtation. Pickup line. Flirt. And now we need to send a time traveling email to the thief. Did she win yet? Yes, she has. So stop doing that and send time traveling email. And then go to the bathroom.
Philan.
Oh, Sargini.
Blow a kiss.
Luna.
Offer rose.
Gelna.
Hold hands.
Gaunim. Yeah.
First kiss.
Koya.
Maybe. Bow
Okay, what's he doing?
Hana for Baby.
Okay, so stop doing that now and use the bathroom and then go to sleep. You more choices, relationship, change relationship, ask to be romantic partner. There we go. Get thief's letter.
Cheap.
Haley got an automatic reply. I'm sorry, I'm currently AFK, so to speak, it's best to respond to all correspondence snail mail. There's a good chance the response to your inquiry is already there with you. Does that make it really snail mail, or best to not worry about it? So that's why we're checking the... Boy, just delete all of this. Okay. Haley now has a romantic partner, and we are going to get him out of here. Oh, not you. Stop that. You are going to send him home, so that he doesn't steal anything, because we can't go from romantic partner to engaged on the same day. Kiana is now happy-ish with her lot, so let's have her make a remedy. And then when she's done with that, we'll have her take care of the garden, which we sort of forgot about. She is needing to work out, so do that. Thief's letter found. How wild and weaving time is from now to then and back here instantly in the future. It boggles the mind. The thief's letter can now be found in Gianna's inventory. Why in Gianna's? No. Yeah. Read thief's letter. It turns out the thief was really just a super fan of the present and was trying to preserve items from the past for the future. Time to resolve things with Emmett. To Ashlyn. I didn't mean to worry anyone. I know I should have asked before I did what I did. I was really just trying to save stuff from the past for the future and have some fun. I'm sure we'll run into each other in time. Gotta run. I've got some things to pick up. Sincerely, the thief. All right, and that's the end of that chapter. So we claim, holy cow. The Fun Inflatable Set Part 2, a milk carton, little black dress, a new radio station, we need to check that out, retro station, another missing SIM carton, a book, an aspiration, a new aspiration, the surprise birthday cake, which is supposed to be the one where you can jump out of it and whatever, the electro dance floor, an instant hygiene potion, 500 simoleons, and we've finished week 3. Week 1, 2, and 3 are done. We are now working on week 4. Really, the last thing we get is a happy potion? Okay. And we have finished the missing Sim milk carton collection. So, okay, the thief had the right intentions but the wrong methods. As a fan of time, they wanted to preserve the treasures of the past into the present and on the future to keep forever. So we need to tell Emmett about the thief's true intentions, and he's right here, so let's do that. We've got 2 more milk cartons here. And that's a complete collection, so that needs to go into the instant hygiene potion goes in the fridge. The book goes in the bookcase. Emmett's response, well, I can't blame a fellow time traveler for wanting to preserve the past. I can say that I agree with the thief's methods, but nobody was hurt other than a few who overslept a bit. Thank you, Ashlyn, for all of your help. And say goodbye to Emmett. Okay, say goodbye.
Bazzy aspas. Zerpa jobi. Guamato.
I wonder if we got a plaque for completing that. The thief had the right intentions but the wrong methods. As a fan of time, they wanted to bring everything from the past to preserve the present and keep the future reward event points. Who could blame the thief after all? So that's the end of the first quest. Emmett's fond farewell. Thank you, Ashlyn, for all of your help. I have to be heading back or forward, so I'm confused now about where I came from and where I'm going. Whatever that is, though, I think I'll get a grilled cheese sandwich. Ta-ta, and thanks, Ashlyn. I couldn't have done it without your help. I want to see him leave. Does he just walk off, or is he gonna, like, warp away? He's just gonna walk off? Okay. Mom is probably long done with that. Sell all. Evolve.
JB Golo.
Spray area for bugs. Water all. I'm not seeing anything that needs weeded. But have her take care of the garden. The child has done well for the night. Her aspiration is well on its way to being completed, and it's 1 a.m., so let's go to sleep. That's what she wants to do most right now. And that's what she wants to do most right now, so we're going to do that for her. But she only got 25% of her workout for tomorrow done, but Travis Scott is already asleep because he has to go to work in the morning. So we are focusing on Sienna again tonight. Fireleaf extract. The Clear Mind distillation needs toxic chamomile. I already did that one, didn't I? Yeah. The natural herbicide oil needs toxic chamomile, 3 fireleaf, and a stink bug. Two toxic chamomile, 3 fireleaf. Two toxic chamomile. and a stink bug. Three stink bugs. Leveled up herbalism. Use the bathroom. Get leftovers. Clean out spoiled food. More choices. Do one more remedy tonight. Do one of the natural herbicide oils. And then we'll have her go to sleep. Barely before 6 o'clock, but everybody's asleep. Save. Natural herbicide oil goes there. Fireleaf extract goes there. And she's got the ingredients to do the rest of the natural herbicide. And after natural herbicide, she needs muckleberry, 3 muckleberry, 2 poison fireleaf, and a dragonfly. Three muckleberry. Get out of the way. No, that's huckleberry. Muckleberry. 3 muckleberry is 9 muckleberry. What was the I forgot. Two poison fireleaf and a dragonfly. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A dragonfly. There's going to be a few of them. 1, 2, 3. All right. She's got the ingredients for doing the next 5 remedies. And it's Saturday, so while she is probably going to wake up in half an hour, she doesn't actually need to. So we're going to go upstairs and tell her to go back to sleep when she wakes up. Okay, didn't wake either of them up. Travis, on the other hand, needs to get up now and get ready for work.
Oh. Yauk.
Okay. Watch channel. Oh, actually, work is going to start in 2 minutes. Okay, let's just join. Okay. Oh. We need to get a case assignment, and our task is to interrogate a suspect, so we need to get all the way through a case. So let's get a case assignment.
Zagu. Flushy Flassa. Die Krabar. Learn a pay Finskuma. Nurgle Closina. Lovo Bonnefi.
Okay. Oh no, I still have evidence. So apparently I just don't have it from the tutorial crime scene.
Shiridi broke key.
I'll have at least 2 clues to add.
Oh, Kitty Chim. Ken's even more.
You see, not the soul. Got a posh ass in them. Oh, Denise. This rack.
Boba.
Analyzed evidence sample will go up on there. Analyzed witness report. Cross-reference police database. Crime scene photo. And this says go to the crime scene, but I don't actually have to go to the crime scene. I might, because I'm running low on evidence, but
Shabini Janib. Gibbs. Karina. Meshka training. Pass.
Dabishi.
Shuna. Tharb. Snibara Watanini. Reputation Opera. Grinoy.
Okay. Our next case, we'll have to go collect a bunch of evidence. Hopefully, there'll be lots of evidence spots so that we can avoid going to crime scenes for another week. Use a notebook. All right. Mean wearing a blouse, young adult, blonde hair. Mean wearing a blouse, young adult, blonde hair. Blouse, blonde hair, young adult, arrest.
Yo, Baru, Bobin neck.
Yampanuk Brashim. Yamp.
Zenobib, Belingo. Sibo,
Barjabin.
Roshithama.
Jimray. Mon.
Sharp. Lohane, Kalbo, Espa, Scoop. Yanabi. Oh, Tofu. No. Welcome, Galay.
Zarzub? Oh.
Arpanaya. Golargastumsa. Yeah.
I have no idea whether or not interrogating the subject will count toward cop small talk, good cop offer candy bar, evidence, review case file, evidence, show pictures, evidence, fingerprint, evidence, witness.
Kuxley. And Shoop. Pui. Sipane. Vimba Breezy Gal.
No, it doesn't help social, so we're gonna have to.
Trobe. Mushka Zone Saxonoid.
Oh, Galam Bibiten.
Tarubeshna Ufa. Moonfla Yaboin.
Build skill, motor.
Oh, you.
Skrambir Yabakoi. Vunyaya. Wakaru.
Pitash. Prajna.
Tarubeshna Ufa. Moonfla Yaboin.
Bless him. Gag. Oh. Oh, was so.
Okay, bad cop, dangle handcuffs.
Brody Maruthe. Zolfine. Oh. Kubepa.
Shivo Boise. Brokipa Moonfla Yaboim. Poshna Jensle.
Mushka
Benau.
Garul.
Ah,
Ah.
so.
Slex Sanze Neeb.
Agonal Kasoma.
Oh, Vino. Ah, Istoba. Zuan,
Ah,
Ramspa,
la
oh.
Yibs
Uh-huh.
Kibaya.
Dag.
Yep. Tag.
Bit of Wix.
Hello,
Susan underscore
hello.
Lee 222 just followed.
Hello, Susan Lee. Nice to meet you. Please feel free to um please feel free to hop into the chat with any requests you'd like to make about how we play. We are waiting for our future scientist to become a young adult so that she can get her job. And while we do that, we are playing her dad as a cop. So we desperately need social. So we're going to do a couple of things. And do an endurance run for an hour.
Bagula Alabar.
Don't be left.
Oh, we won't get that done. Fingerprint this guy. And we're gonna have him play a video game when he gets home because, yeah. Probably not gonna get a promotion tonight. Well, we opened the door for him to get in. Hopefully we shut it behind ourselves. Okay. Yeah, delete all of that. Okay, you are going to play a video game. You're going to play an online game. Sims Racing with Summer and Liberty. Old crew back together. And you, on this wonderful Saturday that you've had all day off, are going to where are you? Okay. Take a shower. And then play on the monkey bars. Because you need to go across the monkey bars 3 times and get your motor skill up to level 10, which you've almost accomplished. Motor skill, it's 90% of the way through level 9. So Hopefully this will get social and fun up. Yeah, it's working on social a little bit and fun a lot. So,
Neeb!
because we're playing an online game with other people.
Explore lab. Oh.
Why did she go outside in order to take a shower? I missed something.
Neeb!
Have him get the mail when he's done with this game.
Yaparm. Zilny Yibs.
Haley brought home whatnot. We are gonna start by getting her out of that outfit. And then she's hungry. Let's have her serve vegetable dumplings. Get her some cooking experience. Travis lost the game. No, we're gonna have you come over and get married in just a little while. Speaking of inventory, the time travel component needs to go into somebody else's inventory. How do I do that? I can't have her move out until we finish. Oh, event completed. So claim the last of the stuff. We got an energized potion, satisfaction points, and a happy potion. And that's event complete. Can we still time travel on the computer? Okay, so yeah, we actually don't care. She can. We're gonna give the upgrade parts to Ashlyn as the heir apparent. The potions go in the fridge. We can sell her homework, but she gets to keep her fish, the first fish she caught, and her childhood drawings that she did. She can keep her lump of clay too. She caught that out of the water. And she's playing on the monkey bars. He got the milk carton. So we have 3 plaques and 3 collections. And the milk cartons are not going to go in the same store as the insects and frogs. So we have to figure out how we're doing this. And Travis is very sad. So he's going to chat with his eldest daughter. Talk about best bait. Discuss latest games. while she cooks
Oh,
and he eats.
Pava.
Korsnar
Shanib.
tube. Oh.
Sarpava, lemtum yin.
Alright. Snark Descos. Whipnausi and yap. Yo suevo you know. Stoon weebus. Tumba clipao.
Aspiration completed for Ashlyn Scott. Reached motor level 10. And now she will build physical skills faster. She's not going to help her in the scientist career, but will hopefully keep her fit. Her homework is done. She doesn't need extra credit work. She's already an A student. She's hungry, so let's have her come in and get...
Garda.
What the heck? Haley, did you seriously put the fried fish, the vegetable dumplings in your... Okay, stop that. And grab a serving of that. And you grab a serving of that and stop that.
Oh,
Jerkna.
Kubda? Pronounced sure. Sishiba. Yeah, through ya. But here, Weasel Fraba. Wemek Faroob.
And we put this in here. And you polish that to perfection. And you clean up. And you talk with
So.
and Sienna is home now. And she is going to take a shower
A Mookie Wimba.
and then calm down at the mirror
Oh, Polito.
before she brews the natural herbicide.
Obila Stave. Farik. Floopy Yaspa. Pomeray. Leno. Fumu. Benor. Ah. Liv. Weevil Bep. Farik. Ralph. Paguna de Roy. Ishkabau Schnurs. Burbachel leave. He's oh.
Oh, Haley is going to go here and invite Bowen over.
Reputation Magra.
Unyab.
And she is going to more choices, romance. They are going to
Tikushim.
Doba Hartman.
Vadish. Benafi.
Ah.
Yogs. Sigluna.
Exonoid Long.
Jenna.
And Zerpa.
Wasu.
Yes, through ya.
Ibata
But
wig
here
odd.
drink. Jadish. Funobe.
Hong Shi Lanuba.
Smack a nerf? Yes.
Okay. She's packed up. The family is... Oh, she needs to go to the bathroom. Use the bathroom. She's fine. She can stay where she is. She's fine. She can stay where she is. And he needs to go to the bathroom, so he can use the one upstairs. He's going to clean this and then use that. And stop talking with everybody. And then she is going to go back here. Clean up.
Skeebs, some food. Soup, and Fabi Frenoy.
What broke? Inventory. Upgrade parts. Go to Ashlyn. Now go here and more choices. Relationship. Elope. Where's elope? Elope immediately.
Oh, yeah. Fuba.
Larbin.
Thank
Okay. You attend wedding. You attend wedding. And you attend wedding.
Abidor. Sipolo.
Homare. Arabrab.
And they're going to move in together. She is going to move in that way, and they've got 20,000. That's enough to buy a property. So we're going to leave them at that. That's a good starting amount for their family. And I'm not going to put them in a house. It's going to give me the option to. I'm going to tell them no. Haley Scott is off on her own. And manage households and waters is not a played household. And if I say okay. We're going to go back and play this one. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Okay, she's getting ready to leave. He's not, so we're gonna send him home. And I'm gonna put outside order where it belongs. And it's 2 a.m. So we're going to get leftovers and go to sleep. He is going to go to sleep. She is going to go to sleep. She's going to go to the bathroom and then go to sleep. Go to the bathroom, go to sleep.
Huh?
Melanie!
If she's still feeling sick in the morning, we'll get her some orange juice. Or maybe we'll get a tea machine.
Rebix. Oh.
Okay. So when we get them to sleep, we're gonna go into Manage Worlds and take a look at Magnolia Promenade. I believe there are 4 lots in that neighborhood. And the idea is that we'll have a different category of collected or whatever items in each store. We're going to demolish all of them and build what we want, which is not clothing stores. For clothing, we'll eventually get high school activated and, you know, but clothing is free and create a sim. Why would you go to a clothing? It just, okay. I don't like the clothing stores and the furniture stores and whatnot. I, I don't know why. Because I like the flea market and I like the market center in eco lifestyle and I like thrifty in Copperdale. I don't like Magnolia Promenade. So I convert it to a storage facility basically. Where what we're gonna do is we're going to nope, not build mode. Build mode's not what I wanted. Nope, 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 nope. Build mode's not what I wanted. Stop that. Manage worlds. We just saved. Just go. And I take the 4 lots in Magnolia Promenade and make 4 stores that sell the collections that my family has finished. So yeah, it's 4 lots. And I almost always start out with the free lot or with the empty lot because it's the cheapest to buy. You know what? Because we're going to delete all of them anyways, if I just go ahead and delete them in Manage Worlds, then they'll all be cheap. Let's do that. Go to build mode and bulldoze each of the lots. I hadn't thought of that, but we're going to do that to save some money. Bulldoze lots. bulldoze terrain. And then go back to manage worlds. Okay. Confronted the burglar and they don't care. Call the police and they'll be there. Okay. Now we have an empty Magnolia Promenade. And let's just really quickly change this to a retail lot so that they all match. Okay. Now, we don't know all the collections we're ever going to have. We don't even know all the collections that are out there right now because we don't have all the packs activated. But we have enough collections that we can make the categories at this point. So, what we're going to do is create a we're going to take some time in a notebook. We're just going to grab our not our journal, but just a clean notebook. That's Minecraft section. This section is empty. This empty page. And we're going to try to categorize the collections. And first we're going to put everybody back in bed because they got out because we went to manage world. Because they're stupid. And she's still sick. Okay. If we go to household collections, we have frogs, gardening, aliens, fish, insects. are all things that are alive. Okay, so alive is one category that we might use. What's another category we might use? Please help in the chat if you have ideas. Metals, crystals, elements, fossils, microscope and space prints, space rocks, geodes are all from the Earth. Um, trophies, decorative eggs, could be considered treasures. And because we just did this whole from the past thing, sugar skulls, holiday cracker, positivity posters, freezer bonies, cozy wreaths, milk cartons, even the Sims trophies and the decorative eggs, they could be considered relics of the past. And there are more things coming that would be that, like the actual relics from, so relics of the past. Almost all treasures would be relics of the past. Almost almost all treasures would be relics of the past. Things that wouldn't would include craft items. But I don't think there are any craft item collectibles. That said, we are eventually going to do a food store that is going to be all the foods available in The Sims made by someone with the Master Chef trait so that they never spoil, placed on display to buy, and it'll be the experimental dishes and eventually. So we are going to definitely have a deli. So maybe that's why the treasures would either go from the earth or alive or relics of the past. So maybe these are the four we do. Alive, from the earth, relics of the past, and the deli. And we currently have a relics of the past because of the milk cartons and alive because of the frogs and insects. So we need to name those two stores. So, frogs, insects, and sim cartons are done. If they're gold, they should be in a store. What is this? Okay. So let's do a poll. Name the stores for Alive collections, current frogs and insects. And relics collections, current milk cartons. And we can get the freezer bonies and the wreaths because we could just buy them out of buy mode. So really quickly, if we go to buy mode, show items from event rewards, freezer bonies, and the wreaths. Um, okay. I don't want to play with any of this stuff. We'll just leave it there for right now. Sure, why not? Stuff we can disintegrate into bits and pieces much later. All right, so our collections are sitting there, and our poll is up here. Oh, Susan Lee, yes, I got your follow. And I'm sorry I missed your chat things, but I have not completed the 100 Babies Challenge ever. We are working on a generational storyline from pack to pack, and the 100 babies, I think, is a total of 100 babies across one family. So we will get there more than likely. We are actively working on the alphabet challenge, which is 26 generations, where each generation has the name of a letter in the alphabet in order. Which is why our child is called Ashlyn. Haley was adopted by Travis before he married Sienna, which is why why her name doesn't start with an A. But if we want to really quickly look at the achievements, the 100 babies is relationships or player defeats. Or is that one of them that's an unofficial? All. See that the alphabet legacy, play a house for 26 generations or more. This is one that we're actively working on. Hundred babies. Hello, darkness, my old chum. That is a twist quote off of Sound of Silence, which was Dragonfly Carl, my uncle's favorite song. So I just almost always 10 generations or more. 10 generations or more. Wait, 10 households that have been played for 10 generations? If I get 100 generations, does that count? Okay, we might work on that later. Perform marriages in 20 unique households. So a lot of this requires you to do multiple households. So it will eventually get to all of that. But we're working on one family line for the moment. Okay. All right, so I'm guessing that the 100 baby challenge is an unofficial challenge, one from the community, and I don't really do those. If you're interested in us trying, we are definitely going to keep track of our kids. But and during this break, while I'm waiting for you to help me name my stores, I will Google the 100 babies challenge and see what's involved in that if you're interested in that. Thank you for suggesting it. So we will be back in a few minutes to play Sunday, and then build a couple of stores. And I'll look up baby challenges. Okay. active viewer I currently have is definitely Susan. Susan Lee. Susan Lee, okay, so I looked up the rules for 100 baby challenge, and no, we're not doing that this playthrough because we've already broken too many of the rules. So we've already failed it. For instance, our matriarch is married. But we are playing a challenge of sorts. We have decided previously in the stream that we will not be aging up people early. And we have decided that, and I just personally, I don't cheat except in one way, and that other than bugs and move objects on and whatnot. But the one way that I do cheat is if I go into a new neighborhood that has been there, like, for instance, Oasis Springs or another neighborhood in Willow Creek, I will make all the plants age up. As far as what other games I play Medieval Dynasty, and I usually stream that at 4 a.m. Mountain Time on Fridays. That puts it at about 5 p.m. Australian time. And I also will be starting a Harry Potter research for Minecraft stream on Saturdays next week. And I'll start that with a tour of the world as it stands now. It's a project I actually started about 8 years ago. And I will be yeah. So I can see your chat. I try to respond in order if I can. And I try to pay attention to the chat. It's hard for me because it's on a different screen than the game is. I can't get it to overlay on my screen. I'm just not that good. And apparently we weren't paying attention and we're going to go to work hungry and mad. So I really appreciate you being in and participating. That's what makes streaming fun, is when you get somebody talking back with me. So thank you for understanding. This is Sunday in game, so he gets tomorrow off unless he gets promoted and his schedule changes. And Sienna will also have tomorrow off unless she gets promoted and her schedule changes. Ashlyn, is there any skill? No, she's only allowed to build the children's skills. So you know what? She's just gonna care for herself. She is going to build her charisma skill. Nope, she's gonna take care of herself because she needs to pee. And he needs to get a case assignment, but he's hungry, so we're gonna start with breakfast at work. Let's pull the walls back down and go upstairs and buy a pastry for breakfast. And
Jim CSN just followed.
Jim Cian, thank you for following. Welcome to the channel. Be sure to check into the chat as soon as you're interested in anything we're doing. We do have a current question going on. We are trying to find out the names for the first 2 stores that we're going to create. One of them will be for currently Frogs and insects, and we'll continue having the completed collections that are alive. Additionally, we are going to be opening a store that sells relic collections at the moment, including the milk cartons, the freezer bonies, and the wreaths, and probably also the positivity posters, but we won't actually get that collection until we get to the... Great. He's unhappy. That's just great. We because we can't get them in game. We can't buy them in build mode or anything like that. We're going to need to place a room that has them, which are on the gallery, and then put them in our inventory, and then we can put them on the walls and try to sell them. I really hope that my channel grows fast as well, Susan Lee. I'm... Oh, what is our task here? Interrogate a suspect. We already did that. So our primary goals are to make... Oh, there are no civilians to take a... You know what? We're just going to go to the crime scene. Travel to crime scene. I want my channel to grow very fast. That's one of the reasons I'm doing what I'm calling a continuous stream. Right now, we are going to experience all of the Sims 4 packs, the game packs, the expansion packs, and the stuff packs, and the Bust the Dust kit, because it comes with actual play content, not just building stuff. And we're doing them in order. So we started with Outdoor Retreat, and we gathered all the insects, all the frog, all the insects, all the fish, and all the plants that were in Granite Falls. And then we loaded in Get to Work to start experiencing those careers. Most importantly, we want Ashlyn to do the scientist career so that we can get the cloning machine, because that makes things so much easier going forward. And then after we've got her maxed out in the science career, and we've collected the geodes and the aliens that we can only get in those special locations, particularly the aliens, because yes, you can get them off the spaceship, but that's like rolling a D100 and hoping for a single digit. A specific digit. It's just not likely. Let's see here. We've got take picture, collect clues. Wow, he's at like every crime scene. Take witness report. We're gonna get clues and pictures from everything that we can get, and fingerprints from everything we can get, because we can use them for going forward. I think we're in Willow Creek. We're not on our street, though. And I'm going to take witness report here. And then
Egg tag.
Oh. Ah.
Misa Faba, Tomono Pa.
So.
got stuff on this side too. Looks like we've got a murder again. That's not on this lot. I pick up that frog while I was here.
Yum balls. Glad on the shore.
And we're going to start speeding this up. Because we're done following this and we're just doing our own thing now.
Sawada Nuloy, Abim, Rapani Varuda, Yivka Bumzoy, Valena's Pitfall, Vivanj, Wusu, Wazunia, Nepi Yakaboo, Kazi Panor,
You been?
Quexi Bazunia, Durfnakia.
Oh, Shavy Bully. Sawani Jump.
Squabble Tarbahay Farbin, Oprita, Orbital, Wasanex, Belna,
Please,
Nipsey,
Ma Biza.
And then inside we've got
Snibara Watanini.
Lymphy Nulik,
Lumina
Zapanquar,
Noi.
Nefnis, Simse Chorib,
Hibistan.
Abasani,
Iba.
Antrip Aragaba, Rabatsi Yibo, Reputed Shimagra, Filpo, Wampo, Greenhow, Topic. Squamish.
we have any stolen items. I'm not sure why it slowed down again. Let's go up here. And we've got I don't have anything stolen. Did we get this one? No, we didn't. So let's get that one. And then we will return to the police station. Did we get this? No, we didn't get this.
Baribi. Bifala Narbo. Baba Hum Sarib. Bin back.
Okay. We have enough yeah, so I'm going to stream consistently with some short breaks. First of all, we're going to take a break between each pack because I have to shut the game down in order to use James Turner's tool to activate the next pack in line. And I am emotionally disabled. I have an emotional disability, which is why I don't have a 9-to-5 job. And my doctors will wring my neck if they catch me streaming all night long without going to sleep. I'm supposed to go to sleep. So I'm going to go to sleep at night, but I get up between 3 and 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm going to start streaming as soon as I'm up, and I'm going to stream all day except for short breaks for the pack changes, and that's the only time that I'll shut down the stream is if I'm going to bed or if I'm updating to a new pack. Of course, you've seen me take short breaks to get polls and refill my tea, and he needs to go to the bathroom. And let's have him take a shower and get some more lunch. And then it's probably going to be time for him to go home. He's not going to get any more work done today. That's okay. We got a lot of evidence to work on in this case and future cases. He can't repair it, and okay. Sure. Why not? Evidence. Deanna went to work. Evidence.
Boomer, Samsung, Shamagra, Sublur.
Work for Deanna in an hour. End of shift. Not great money today, but we're not in it for the money. Thank you, Susan Lee, for that comment. It makes me feel good that someone's enjoying what I'm doing. All of you that are following me, and so besides streaming, I sort of carry my brand into the rest of my life. So my brand is creating beauty from simple resources. And that's why I play Medieval Dynasty and The Sims 4 and Minecraft, because you build up from the things you collect in the games. I read books, and I'm trying to write a book, and I do crafts, art, crochet. I'm trying to learn how to knit. Those are the sorts of things I do when I'm not streaming, along with playing yet more video games, trying out new stuff. Okay, he apparently didn't get leftovers. Yeah, she's done with that. She's done with that. So she can do whatever she wants to do, so she can just keep watching TV if she wants to. Okay. Can I send her jogging? No. Can she use the treadmill or the... No. Okay. And Deanna's phone is going off. Quick question, hunting and friend time. Yes. Thank you. I'm glad you approve. I believe that if everyone were to start as simply as they can and build on it for their use, that they would be more content with their surroundings. That's sort of the belief behind it. So I'm not going to make my own computer, my own laptop. I did build my sister's computer, her desktop. I helped her build it, but we built it from the ground up. But we didn't build the motherboard. We bought a motherboard. When I do gardening, which I can't do right now because I don't have the space for it. Yes, change uniforms. Don't go out in a bad uniform, and she got performance gain. Good job. Travis gets the next 2 days off, so he's definitely opening a store tomorrow. So let's gather up all of these things that he's going to be selling in the store. We'll do that while they're asleep tonight. For right now, he still needs to work on that, programming that app. Program, continue making the mobile app for his aspiration, even though he's not in the tech guru career anymore. What do you mean by upgrading my Twitch profile? I'm new to Twitch. I did Twitch about a year ago for like 2 or 3 streams. And then I had a breakdown and my whole life went for a little while. But I appreciate, by the way, suggestions. Well, I've got a personal banner. And I've got my brand colors on it. He can't evolve it because he's... I'll probably take some time to go look at other channels at some point and get some ideas. And now she's home and she's exhausted again, of course. And she needs to study opponents, so you are going to... Well, you're hungry, so you're going to go eat something. Get leftovers. And stop watching TV. And you are going to study your opponents. And you are still working on that mobile app. Okay, but Susan Lee, please keep in mind the rules for the chat. I love suggestions and help, but I have a strict rule about anyone marketing on the chat. The chat is for the having fun. So if you're really interested in telling me something and you're not sure it's game related, I have email addresses on... I don't have a Discord channel. But I have a website, and I'm on YouTube and X and LinkedIn and Facebook, and all of those links are available on my Twitch page, and you can contact me on any of those. And I'd love to hear from you off the chat as well as on the chat. When she's done with opponents, I need her to use the bathroom, get leftovers, and go to bed. And this child needs to go to bed. And Travis really needs to finish this app. But because instead he's upset, let's have him play online game, sim racing with Summer and Liberty. And then go to bed. And we don't have somebody that likes, that's the wrong button, that likes repairing things right now, so we're just going to replace that.
Explore lab. Neeb.
Okay, okay, Susan Lee, I do see your comment, and I'm gonna write it down, but I don't want to put it in the chat because I don't want to share any contact information for you to anyone who is, but I do have a Discord login, so I will be happy to eat. It's after 6 o'clock, but that's okay. We're going to save anyways. I will contact you there. I wrote down your link. So delete all of this. And Travis needs to pick up. This is going to take a while. Like I said, I don't have a channel. I just have and you know what? I don't know if I know my username. It might actually be Dragonfly Sarah. In fact, I'm almost positive it is. Because I don't have a channel, I don't consider it one of the methods I use to communicate with people. Where I have a Facebook page and I have an Instagram feed and I have an X feed. I will make sure we connect through Discord. I never say I will do something that I won't do. Wow, this is taking forever. And wall up. All right. We have got to do something with the garden this morning. And then we are going to head to... Okay, she's happy enough. Let's get her up and get her to take a shower real quick. And then do something with this garden. Sell all. And then she'll be down here, so she's going to weed all. And then water all. and hit play and look for bugs. Help me find bugs. Is anything surrounded by little flying bugs? Nope, I don't see any. Okay. Oh, that's pretty. What is that? It's a little flying little angel? I'll have to look at that closer when I can zoom that screen in. Jessica Myers, thank you
Jessica
for your
Myers having
following
just
me.
followed.
Thank you for following me. Welcome to the channel. Be sure to join the chat if you feel like joining in. We are currently trying to solve a particular we're going to be starting a couple of stores in just a few minutes. One for live items like the fish, like the frogs and the insects that we already have completed, and another one for relics, like the milk cartons, the freezer bonies, the wreaths, but also decorative eggs and all of those things that don't nicely fit into the other three categories, that is edible, alive, or from the earth. And we need names for these stores. All right, she is about to be done with that. So where did she go? Oh, she went to school. Oh, she went to school unhappy. Oh, okay. Hopefully she doesn't get demoted. You are going to get up and you're going to mop that and take shower and use the bathroom, and brush your teeth, and get leftovers. And then the two of you are going to head to a new business venture that you're going to own for about an hour. So the way I use Magnolia Promenade is I use it to store my collections. I don't want to collect all the frogs a second time. I don't want to collect all the insects from Granite Falls a second time. I certainly don't want to have to collect a perfect apple a second time. If I've done it once, I want to just plant a perfect apple and get a new perfect tree instead of having to go through the whole evolution process again. So, I've demolished Magnolia Promenade completely. And we are going to... She's done with that. You know what? She needs to go jogging just to make herself feel better. Private revenge, because otherwise horrible things happen. And did we get a horrible thing anyways? Trusting the universe and... Oh, last of lace brownie, so that worked. Okay, and Travis's phone is going off. Nope, we're not going to be here. And he's done now, so we are going to buy retail. And we are going to buy the cheapest lot. This one's $2,500, this one's $2,000, this one's $8,000, this one's $3,000. So $2,000 it is. Wait, hold on. Let's think this through. The deli needs to have a huge floor. A huge... No, Susan, I can't do it while I'm streaming. I'll do it at the next break. But the deli is gonna the food, the edibles place is gonna need a huge ground floor because delis aren't 2 floors. So the deli has to go here. From the Earth is probably the smallest collection because Alive includes gardening and fish, which keep growing with every pack. So if we put relics and from the Earth here on these 20 by 20, then we would be putting Alive over here on this 30 by 20. So let's start with this one. And we are building the Alive. What are we calling it? Come on, help me come up with some names. It can be, the only thing I've come up with is the Creepy Crawly Emporium. And that's not quite right because frogs are more slimy than creepy crawly. And by the way, so are fish. Fish are slimy when you catch them. They just take my word on it. I've owned a fishing pole and gone fishing. Fish are slimy. Household funds is 3,600. Let's go ahead and give him 20,000 to build with. And okay. So we need to start with walls. The only thing we have to have is a cash register. But we need shelves for the frogs and the insects that we've currently got. So actually, maybe we want to start with furniture. Retail items. If we start with... Yeah, we'll upgrade these later, maybe. But start with a front desk. And... put it off to the side so that we can even have maybe a garden outside at some point instead of selling the produce. We just have the plants that grow them. Although we are going to have a community garden and eco lifestyle that does that, so who knows. Cash register. And then we need shelving for frogs and insects. And we need big shelving. And we just want cheap shelving right now. As the family gets more profitable, we will switch to we will come back and upgrade the stores. I don't know. I think that might be enough. Now let's build a room. No, let's build walls. We're going to build walls here. Okay. Got 14,000 left. Lighting. Cheap lighting to start with. Ceiling lights. These guys. We'll just put them down each aisle. One, two, 3.5. 1, 2, 3. That's more or less lined up. And we need wallpaper. Now, this is where we can get a little expensive if we want to. For Alive, we want paneling. We want some nice wood paneling. Like siding is what I'm looking for. Okay, siding. Here we go. And Granite Falls has this wonderful dark that is a beautiful exterior. We want to make this a different shape. And that'll make the roof more interesting. Doors. Well, first of all, we want this to be too high, middle height. Well, middle height doors. And large retail door. There we go. Right down the front aisle. And we need windows. And we just need windows behind the shelves. All right, wallpaper inside. Let's do a wallpaper. Yeah, that works for an Alive theme. And then flooring. Hi. Ooh, classy critters. That might. Oh, it doesn't quite work because we're going to also have. So most of it's critters. And so if we don't do the gardening in it, hold on. Let me think this through. If we don't do the gardening in it, then it is all critters. So if we do the gardening if we wait to display our perfect gardening stuff until we get the community garden and eco lifestyle, which is Still on the first page, so about 40 packs ahead of us. And just put critters in this. You know, I think I really like that. It's definitely critters right now, and so if we decide to do the if we decide to do
Amelian_Bennett25 just followed.
yeah, I mean if we decide to put the gardening and letter, then we can rename it. Hello, Amelia Bennett. Nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. We are going to do a really dark. Are we gonna? Yeah, we're going to do it that way, and we're going to put carpet. Gray carpet. Stop. What? Oh, I've got my fingers in the wrong place. Sorry about that. Carpet in this front area. You know what? Carpet in all the walking places. And then the wood under the... In fact, if we can change the color... Yeah. I don't know if this is enough shelves or not, so I'm not doing the roof until we have the product in the store. Remember, we're just doing frogs and insects in here for now. Perfect planting? As a name for the Alive store? Or as the name for our community garden? Yeah. Yes. Perfect planting garden. And then the classy critters for the Alive store. And let's just go ahead and Okay, so before we do anything else like landscaping or, yeah, we've got 10,000 left. We're not doing a whole lot of landscaping, but we can do some terrain painting. But let's see if all of our classy critters fit on the shelves we have provided for them. So we put insects first, apparently. Really? I can only put one on the top? Yeah. Great. Okay, so these ones on top should probably be the rare ones. Common, uncommon, uncommon, rare, will-o'-the-wisp, uncommon, common, 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 rare, common, rare, naturally selected. Uncommon, that's rare, that's common. And we have an uncommon one that is a 1 out that we are going to put on the edge of the counter. That does not fit there. Does it fit down there? Does it? Can we move it over? Yeah. Okay. It still doesn't fit. We're gonna do something in build mode with that. But this is just common little firefly. We'll center it or something. If I can remember how to do all of that. And then let's see if the frogs will go in the same sort of organization. Dirt. Okay, the frogs, if I can fit 5 of them, I can do it in 5 shelves. And I can do it by color or by spotted. So I can do the spotted heart frog and the heart frog and the tiger frog is what color? That's the purple one. And the dirt surfer, let's put the stripe down with the spot and put the surfer up top. And the whirly flower is which color? That's the purple. That goes up here. And the eggplant goes up there. And the leaf frog would go up here. And the heart surfer would be this one. And the dirt frog would be that one. And the sunflower frog is that one. I don't know if I have these right. I think that this one might need a, and then this one goes here. And then, yeah, that's the same color. Okay. And then striped heart, spotted leaf, bullseye is red, striped dirt, dirt whirl, the dirts are all there, surfer leaf, uh-oh, spotted eggplant, turn around. Surfer eggplant, striped eggplant, eggplant whirl, spotted eggplant. Sun surfer and leopard. Hypno frog. Surfer, striped leaf. Okay. I was misreading it. Wow, I'm glad I was misreading it instead of it being wrong. That makes me feel immensely better. Okay. So we actually have if we okay, let's go back into build mode. And we get rid of the empty cases. And we move this here. And we take this and turn it around to sit there or there. And we take this one to sit here. And this one gets turned around and sat there. And this one gets turned around and sat there. And this one gets turned around and sat there. And this one gets turned around and sat there. And I'm going to stop saying that because that is going to get insanely annoying in y'all's ears. If I keep repeating that, you get the idea. And then we take this in. And we copy this under here. And we copy this on here. And we copy this window here. Okay, hold on. We have to fix that. And that needs to go that direction now. Not that it matters. Do 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 do. Okay, it's a simple little store. Let's give it a foundation and move the whole thing back a couple of blocks and build a porch out front that just goes part of the way out front. Just goes like there, and then we pick the whole thing up again. push it back. And then we get stairs. Okay. Column. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, go up a level and roof and you know, I almost, what other color? It does come in a brown. I almost want to do this because it's that whole alive thing again. Get the natural sunlight in. So if we do this on this part of the roof, and that automatically removed the ceiling there, and then use a carriage roof for these two, and then tie them together with the trim. This one. Let's use a really light trim. And I want to shift that in and that in. And that in. Okay, so we were supposed to be doing a cheap little, oh, thank you, Jim. You know what? My computer told me how to say it, and I can't remember. Jim. Okay, so it's supposed to be a cheap little restaurant. I keep saying restaurant, little retail, and I'm glad you like it. I think I like it too. Let's do some terrain paint. And we need a nice tree. Gnarled oak? Yeah, we could put a gnarled oak just so it's not going through the roof. Or even so it's, yeah, so it's shading the walk. And some terrain paint. We need some stone and pavement to get up. To there. And then we of course want to put mud around the foundation. Getting a little lag. It would be easier if I went down a floor. And let's see, fence, the one they can step over, this thing, in a rich brown. Right, you can't put it all the way up to the boundary of the lot. Do I want it? It does tie this into that. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it there. Okay. It's just supposed to be a simple build. We're not getting too exotic until the family is rich enough to get exotic. So we're going to put a light on, some lighting outside, and then call it good. Objects by function, lighting, outdoor. And okay. Or should I have done the spotlight? It's not really lighting up the tree, so no. We're just gonna leave it as the saucers. Okay. Okay. Oh, the other lights? Are you talking about these ones? Okay. I will take your input. Always, always, always. So let me get rid of these. And we take this and Alt place it. And we need to Alt Shift place it. Oh, no, not this? Okay, what was it? The other, what, these ones? Ah, no. No, that's way too big. Or, ooh, this would look better with the look we're going for than this. Boy, do I hate the delay in the in the chat sometimes. Put that down a little bit. Are you talking about lighting? I think they're the same. Okay, so you're talking about lighting. These lights? Oh, are you saying we put these lights over here? This is fun. It's almost like a game of charades. I say, is this it? And then she has to. They have to. Yes, no, and then I have to try something else, and yes, no. It's like a game of charades. Okay, we're gonna call this light 1, and this light 2, and this light 3. Tell me which one is to be changed. 1, 2, or 3? For God's sakes, go down a level. Okay, we'll leave them the way they are then. Okay, we've got a little mud around the foundation because it's new construction. You know what? We should probably put some soil under the tree. And I don't want to spend every dime we have, but no. Yes. If we put some flowers under the tree. Oh, I'd have to move objects on to make it work. I don't want to do that right now. Okay. Da 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 da. This is our lot. Okay. And we go back to live mode. And now this is where I get all kinds of sneaky with the game mechanics. We are going to go into this store and mark all the frogs and all the insects set for sale. And we're going to tell this thing to toggle set for sale tag so we know we've got all of them. And notice I'm doing this while we're still paused so that customers can't come in and buy the stuff while I'm doing this. Then it gets expensive for us. Okay, we set for sale. And then we go to set store prices. And we make sure it's set to normal. Or actually, I usually set it to sale.
Oh, yes. Sweet.
And then after we've let it play for just a couple of seconds while he does that,
Remy's?
okay, so that $4 Firefly is still $4. For the Will-O-the-Wisp is only $150. Dragonfly is the rarest. Eggplant, whirl frog. Yeah, whirly flirt. But all of this is set to sale, including this one. And now we are going to sell the store. We are going to save as selling the store. And then save as the one it's supposed to be so that we're still playing here. Then we're going to sell the store. And the household earns $21,000 for selling the store. And theoretically, if it works the way it has worked in the past, I can now go to this store as a customer and buy any of that stuff. Okay, I have to go to Willow Creek and go here and play Travis Scott to get back to the store fastest. And we are at a store. And okay, I have to wait for an employee to show up, or did I have to hire employees before that would have employees? Why isn't this working? I can still move the stuff. I can't move the cash register. Okay, so this didn't work. So we load game, you exit the main menu, just exit to the main menu. Let's try hiring some employees and then selling the store and see what happens. This worked in the past. Because when you buy it in the store that you don't own and then leave and come back, it's been restocked. So and this is before we sold. Okay. Manage employees. Select a sim. No, we're not selecting the burglar. Are you freaking kidding me? How is that even an option? Do you see this? I get no. Okay, just no. We're gonna hire this one. Okay. And employee uniforms, view last finances, open, close, and sell the store. All right, now let's see if it works. And if not, we go back and do something else again. Yeah, right? Hire the burglar to work in a collectible store. Jeez. Okay, so I would count that as a bug. I would count that as a bug. Maybe he has to leave and come back. Let's try traveling away and then coming back and seeing what happens. Let's
Yes.
travel here. Okay. Travel here. Okay. Great minds think alike. Okay. Now we play and see if an employee shows up to serve us. Although we don't technically need an it's still... Why isn't this working? I can put it in my inventory. This is just... It has the tag. It says it's for sale. I don't own the store. You do not own any retails. Okay, there's one other thing I can think of. And it will require us to... Yeah. And this might be a glitch caused by the latest update. The reason I do it this way is sort of twofold. One, it gives me an infinite supply of the collectibles because you do need some of them at a later time in the game. Like you need certain frogs in order to... you need frogs for bait to catch fish, and then you need certain frogs as ingredients in magic potions for Realm of Magic. And it's nice to be able to have an infinite supply of these things without going insane. Also, if I leave them in my household inventory, I get taxed for them every week. So the general idea, but no employees are showing up. Okay, we've got the save from before we sold it. So let's go home and play a day and see if it fixes itself at 6 a.m. Okay, because that's totally possible. So we're not going to build the other store until we know this works. Travel by yourself. You're going back home. And it's possible that when the game does its thing at 2 a.m. or 6 a.m., whenever it actually does it, does something with the retail lots, that it'll fix itself. If not, I might take a break and see if I can find a bug report to tell me what's going on. Okay, Travis is needing socialization. So you know what? Let's socialize. The kid's at school anyways, so this is good timing. Then he can get up and continue making the mobile app. And Sienna is already taking care of the garden this morning. Serve lunch. More choices. You know what? Let's do some junk food for a change. And then we're going to have her make more remedies. Work on her herbalism. Child will be home in 3, 2, 1, home. So she managed to keep her A despite being absolutely miserable. Take a shower. Mom will have lunch done when you get out. And replace. Grab a serving. You need to do your homework.
Mm.
Get through the night so that 2 a.m. comes. Get through the night so 2 a.m. comes. Get through the night so 2 a.m. comes.
Mm.
And unfortunately, she appears to have finished making all of the remedies that we can currently make without leveling up our herbalism again. So, let's see here. Her herbalism is level. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. 95% through level 8. So she would. Okay, so we're going to buy a book. We're going to buy an herbalism book. And there is a trick to using the books to get leveling past level 9. If you have all their motives full and you sit them down when they're at 5% to level 9, they'll continue reading past level 9 and gain skill. But if they stop reading, they will not gain skill again. So I'm going to have her take a little bit of a nap before I start having her read. After she's done with that, she's going to clean up the... Or not. Fine, I'll do it. She will empty the trash. We don't have parenthood, so she can't look through the trash. And she will practice and play. Yeah, try for that, baby sister. Okay, and swing. That will keep her happy. Homework complete. Jenna is asleep. Oh, Travis is... Oh, he's still working on that. Okay. Okay, she's gonna wake up energized. And we're gonna tell her to read Herbalism Volume 3. And we are paying attention to Ashlyn. Or maybe Travis. Or... Oh, who knows. Is Travis gaming programming skill while he does this? Yes. Okay. Wow, that's gonna get us a headache. Let's not follow her when she's doing that. Reach level 9. Rage relieving salve remedies. See, this is why we do the pets in order. Do you know what rage relieving salve remedies are going to be used for? The werewolves. Werewolf, no more angry. Ah! Okay, assuming you can get them to use it. Hey, I put that in the fridge. Apparently not. Okay, you need to use the bathroom and then go to sleep. And you need to go to the bathroom. We're going to wait until your daughter has used it. You should continue reading while you're on the toilet.
Luxane. You'll see.
Agor.
And you need to use the bathroom.
Franca Canor.
Get leftovers. Go to sleep. She's feverish from illness. Have a quick meal or drink. More choices. Orange juice. The plants are She quit reading. Okay, put the book away and then go to sleep. It's almost Ashlyn's birthday! And it's after 2 a.m. Now, the reason we have the 2 saves is because now we can save at our normal time on our normal go. And if it fails, we can revert back to this and just revert back to this and then save this one as this one again. So that's why we did a backup save. So we're saving on our normal timeline, and when he gets up in the morning, he should have the day off again. Not her, him. Yeah, he has the day off. He's going to go to the store and try to buy a frog or an insect or a something. And we'll probably buy one of them, like the walking stick that we need 2 more of in order for her to make those potions, those remedies. We need 2 more walking sticks, remember? So we'll buy a couple of walking sticks if it works. Yeah. She's going to get up first. She's going to need a shower, use the bathroom, brush her teeth, get leftovers. And believe today's her birthday. Nope, not yet. Today's Lay Jump 2. What do we have her do for the next hour and a half before class? Can she weed? She can weed. Weed. Can she sell? Sell all. Can she water? Water. Even if the game will let her spray for bugs, I'm not going to let her spray for bugs. That's not something you let children do. I mean, seriously, come on. Kids have this bad habit of sticking their hands in their mouth without paying attention to what's on them. And you don't want insecticide in your mouth. It's not good. So Travis, take shower, use the bathroom, brush teeth, and then play online game. Oh, she'll be late for school. That's probably not going to hurt her too badly. Yeah, she'll be fine. Right. Oops. I forgot to pay my bills yesterday. Pay bills. Get mail. Freezer bonies. Wallet. Freezer bony. Festive wreaths. So these are the we've got the bugs and the frogs in one store, and these 3 things in the other store, if everything goes the way we want it to go. She's awake. What does he need? He needs some food. And a little social. So socialize with your daughter. Bright and day. Okay. We need her to finish breakfast so everybody can eat, including her and him. And then he's gonna go to the store. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright, let's try to get this in the fridge this time, shall we? If it didn't go in the fridge, I don't know where it went. She's supposed to be pregnant. She shouldn't be able to do that. because the game is silly.
Smeeba.
All right, Travis is Travis has finished breakfast. Sienna is about to go to work anyways, so Travis is now going to travel. Travel, 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 travel all alone. Everybody cross your fingers and your toes and your tailbone and your tongue and anything else you happen to be able to twist and play with. Let's see. Nope. All I got is fingers, toes, fingers. Okay, y'all get the idea. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Well, for starters, there's no one working here. I've got one more thing I want to try.
Leave day.
And I want to try it before I go back. I'll go back and yeah. So my thought is because he got the insects and the frogs out of his inventory instead of in build buy mode, that might be causing the glitch. So I'm just going to go into build mode, pick up a shelf and put it in the inventory, and then place it all back from there. And see if that shelf then becomes striped, whirl, dirt, spot, surf. Oh, apparently the lights got rearranged or needed rearranged. Okay, live mode. We gained money by doing that? Oh, right, because we killed the lights. Okay. Now, not set for sale. Okay, hold on. We still own it. Toggle for sale tag. Or set not for sale. Okay. Everything is set for sale. It's not promising. Sell the store. I think we're earning a little bit of money every time we do this, so this might be cheaty. Whether this works or not, I'm going to need a break. Just a short one. Bang my head against the wall if it's not working. Look up bug reports if it's not working. And just, you know, do a couple minutes of meditation if it is working. No, I can't buy it. So we try travel here. And travel back. Yeah, it's just a little bonus. We let's see, we bought it for 11 something, then we put 2,500 into the account. So about 14. Yeah, it wouldn't have been more than a couple of hundred bonus. And we're gonna play. We're gonna walk here. Or we could have jogged, but okay. And then we're gonna travel here. Sure, let's bring Haley along. Okay. Okay. This is going to be extremely cheaty if it works. But we're going to try this next because I want to know what happens. So we're going to go along here somewhere. We're going to find that stupid walking stick. We know it's not on the top. That's all we know. There we go. Walking stick. We're going to drag it into our inventory. It's right there. And then we're going to travel. Sure, I really don't care if she comes. Oh, I had to press play. Duh. I've still got the walking stick. My question is, did it get restocked? No. No, it did not. Travis does not own this item. But I can put it in my inventory. I don't have that option on. Okay. I'm going to go through some forums and see what the bug is that's going on here, if I can find it. And then we may be replaying the last 24 hours because this sucketh. Because I explained one reason, the infinite supply, but more importantly, it's not a cheaty infinite supply because I would have to buy them. I'd have to spend simoleons to get more, so it's not a cheaty infinite supply. Unlike the cloning machine, which is totally cheaty, and we'll be using that for anything we can't sell or choose not to, or oftentimes for items number 3 through 6 that we need of said item in the store instead of going to and from the store infinite times. But also the fact that I get charged for the frog sitting on my lot every single week. For a frog, that's not too bad. They're not terribly expensive, but some of the relics from like Jungle Adventure are insanely expensive, and your taxes go if you start displaying all your collections. Additionally, if you display meteor rocks on your lot, you're more likely to get hit by a meteor. There are just lots of reasons to keep your collectibles off your lot. And this is the way I had always done it. And now it's not working. And I would very much like to know why. So we're going to take a break. I'm going to leave this sitting here with energized Travis. And enjoy my one of my favorite music tracks. And I'll be back when I have more information. Okay. So, I did find this bug being reported by bats and baby dolls on the Sims 4 bug reports forum. Same bug. Cursor appears to buy, but then you can't buy, but then you can put it in your inventory even though you don't own it. And Crincrit marked it as a duplicate for a different bug for when workers don't spawn when you own a business. So after the stream today, I will go in to the bug report and see if I can get all that straightened out. Until then, we are going to reload from the whole yesterday before we sold the store. And we're going to go ahead and sell the store and test whether or not I can move items around in the store. I could have done that right there, actually. And then we wouldn't have had to reload twice. Okay. Load game. Okay. We don't have any employees hired, but that's okay. It should take care of it on its own. We've set everything for sale. Sell the store. Now, all I want to know is if I take an item and move it onto the floor, is it still for sale? And then I'll explain how we're going to do this. Okay, so we grab this walking stick. We can't buy it. We move it over here. It's still for sale. We move it back. It's still for sale. Okay. So that means we can bring our cloning machine with us to the store, pick up the item that we want to buy, clone it, and then put it back on the shelf and take the clone home. So we have another store to buy. We need to buy a retail store. Oh, do we have to press play? Relics of the Past. And we were going to put Relics of the Past on this is the deli. So Relics of the Past is going to go on one of these two. They're the same size and this one's cheaper. So it's going to go on this one. So we're still going to put all of our collectibles on retail lots. Hopefully they will fix the bug in a quick patch in just a couple of days. Maybe on Tuesday's patch that comes out with the game they do a patch on Tuesdays. Patches on Tuesdays usually. I wouldn't expect a hot fix for this, but I'm glad you agree with my plan. It took me a lot of steam coming out of my ears. Oh, sorry, that probably hurt your ears. I had steam coming out my ears, going, "Why did they break this?" But they did break it. It's broken for other people too. It's not being caused. It was something that they did wrong on the 225 patch. Okay, build mode. This time we have 4 wreaths, 6 milk cartons, and 6 freezer bonies that are going to go on shelves. And boy, do we not care. We do need to remember to pair bill, so we're actually going to leave that there. So we're going to need these shelves again, but we're going to do a colorful arrangement. So hopefully we can put 6 things on each of these. 3, 4. We know we can put 5. Hopefully we can actually put 6, but we're going to do different colors because this is our yeah, I'm sorry about that. I did look a bit stressed, I'm sure, but I vape, and so I went outside with my tea and my phone and figured out a solution, and now I'm better. Which is a huge improvement over usually what happens when I'm stressed. So, we're good. We need a retail counter. What color options do we have for that? Nothing. Okay. Retail counter, cash register. Notice we don't even have to have walls for it to go, okay, you're good now. We do need walls to hang the wreaths on. Let's just do... You know what? Each of the collections that would go into Relics of the Past came with a specific theme in mind. You have the Sulani relics, and you have the Jungle relics, and the freezer bonies were in and the milk cartons were in a specific So maybe what we actually want to do is do little rooms in each of those themes. So little room like that. And a little room like that. And then the wreaths get their little room. And the whole thing goes... Nope, hold on. We need to remove this one, move it over one. We're going to move that over one. And then this will come up this way like this. And then we grab this counter and move it over here. So we've got a 2 wide walkway. We actually need to bring this forward one more. We'll move the whole thing when we got the shape right. And so the next room will be, each room will be as big as it needs to be to hold the collections in that group. But for instance, the freezer bonies came with a life and death related. Oh, but we don't have the life and death pack for its stuff yet. Okay, but we're gonna update the stores as we progress, so we can update these later. For now, here. Put the walls up. And the shelf, black. And the floor is stone. Black and white marble. And that's for the freezer bonies. And then we have the milk cartons came with the, which we actually do have. This wooden tile came with that pack. And there was a wall that came with that pack too. If we go to special event rewards, wall, all. Oh, no, apparently it was just 2 floorings that came with it. Okay, so get rid of that. I don't know, the polka dots kind of work with the whole back blast from the past. Maybe those? And then the color for this shelf would be, yeah, the blue. I think that's supposed to be blue. We have to put a light in each room. Let's put lights in. Lighting, ceiling lights. And then a light in the center of this space. And we want whimsical. Then festive for the wreaths. That was a holiday thing. Give me it back. Give me it back. With the floor. And let's go back to that wallpaper and change that. They have a green? No. What do you think of that? Itch. Sorry. Okay, and then the rest of the floor, we're doing whimsical. So we used that in the other store though. Oh, yes, this the kid rug. The kid rug is going to be perfect for the rest of the store. And then for the wallpaper, I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. Here we go. We are going to do it in toned down colors so that it doesn't clash with everything. If I do shift, yeah, it's gonna. Okay, then for the outside, maybe like storybook cottage, kinda. Like, nice blue. Do a storybook kind of setup here. Raise it up so that it gets a foundation. Move the whole thing. He's gonna get 2 spots and then a 2-spot porch, or a 3-spot porch. And he's gonna go all the way over like that. And flat, and we'll have his go all the way across. And the stairs. Door. Door would be a good idea. Whimsical, whimsical, whimsical. Oh, we didn't set our height. Oh, okay, we didn't need to set our height. Whimsical door. And do a fence. And windows. Whimsical windows. One in each room to showcase our and which color was that? That one? And eventually this will be filled up with, this aisle will go around and around in a circuit and it'll come back here and it'll have rooms on the inside, rooms on the outside, rooms of different sizes. Yeah. I, I think this is working. I'm not sure I like the windows. What other options do I have? I don't want the Lamafique window. What about smaller windows that aren't the full size? Do we have anything whimsical? Whimsical? No. Do we have it matching? I don't want that door. I'll stick with my door, thanks. I don't like the windows. 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 Give me the windows. Windows. What about... Sort of asking for it to get stolen if I don't put anything between my product and the outside world, right? I mean... You can't see through that at all. At least you can see through this. Barely. Oh, we could just go, you know, normal windows. But that's going to make most of the wallpaper on the inside just be on the sides, not on the... But you know what? We're probably going to do it that way anyways, because this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Bye-bye. Okay. And a little one right there. Okay. Roof. The roof is going to be a little complicated because I've got that thing sticking out there. Let's see. Start off with this going to here. See, if I put another gable roof in, I end up with a valley where rain would get caught. It doesn't look natural. If I do a gable this way, and then lower it, this works almost. Storybook. Big, wide. Um, Yeeks. Okay, no. Yeah, I was. Yeah. Okay. Future packs are gonna give us those cute little animal windows that we can put in the gables. The roof functions. It's not perfect, but and I'm gonna pull that back out. No, I'm not. Nope, that was better in. We are gonna put a tree in this corner for now. There we go. There we go. That helps. Okay, and we're gonna do actual stone flooring. These ones here and here. And oh, we haven't done the foundation yet. Foundation. There we go. Not sure I like the walls. Let's go back to no. Rock and stone. Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted to do. I want some kind of trim on this. There. Maybe I want the same green. Dark green. There we go. Terrain paints. We need our normal mud. Can't forget about our mud. Mud in a tiny circle. Not that tiny. Okay. Let's do some outdoor lighting. And Alt. Yeah. Whimsical. Okay, we still need a name for this place, by the way. You did such a good job coming up with classy critters and perfect planting. What are we going to call our relic shop? Retail items. Oh. Um. All right. Names. Emporium works because it's, lots of miscellaneous stuff. Trinkets and Treasures Emporium. How about that? Yeah, too long. Okay. Oh, we've gotten a couple followers that I very sorry I didn't notice. Jessica Myers and Amelia Bennett. Yeah, I guess it's possible I was on a break when you followed me. Sorry about that. Jin Mexon. I think we're going to take out Emporium and just use Trinkets and Treasures. That does fit. And we'll just use that for now. Trinkets and Treasures. All right, and we go into live mode. And we go down a floor and take the walls down most of the way. And start with the freezer bonies. Okay, put the walls back up and start with the wreaths. Set for sale. Set for sale. Set for sale. And set for sale. And then we've got the milk cartons go in here. Okay. And then our freezer bonies. And we're actually are missing one thing that goes in here. And we need to go to the gallery to get it. Room. Positivity collection by everybody in the world. I don't know what this little thing is at the bottom. We'll check that out. We're going to place that room. And we're going to take the walls down halfway and go into live mode and put finished another collection by doing that. And then we go back into build mode. And this gets another room. So this column is going to get moved. V. Now, I was in a mentally ill spot when the positivity collection posters event thing was going on. And I didn't play it. So okay, start with that part. Go to foundations. And we're gonna have to do something about the roof. I don't know what I don't know what the theme was, but it looks to me like we sort of want to do a pastel thing. like this. And maybe a fuzzy carpet. A plush carpet in a nice bright color. And then grab the window and go back, go up to the roof and pull it out some more. It's taller than the front again. And this whole thing goes away. And we go into live mode. And we'll go down a floor. And we put up the walls. And he puts 1, 2, why not? Why? What's wrong with the wall? I don't get it. And where'd the column go? Back to build mode. Okay. The column is there. Is that what's blocking this? Control Shift C. bb.move objects. And if I spell it right, it works so much better. I'm just going to pick that one up and put it over here. And we'll go back into, oh, well, we want to, I don't know if I can turn this off while I'm in, yeah, okay, good. And then we'll put this here. And we'll put this here. And set for sale, set for sale, set for sale, set for sale, set for sale. Okay, now we have our quirky little trinkets and whatever we called it. And so we go here and we sell it. And I really don't think we're going to have a problem paying our bills this week. Oh, trying to figure out how we went from having 19,000 when we started at 6 o'clock this morning to having 50,000 now. I'm not sure what I did to cause such a... I could have gone to one of the girls and then have him teleport home, but... Still love me. Yep, bug is still happening. Okay, let's go home, shall we? 10:35 in the morning, he has managed to build 2 businesses and unload a bunch of collectibles that we've been just floating around with. Okay. Okay. He needs social, so we're going to. That's what we did. And when Sienna is done with that, she is going to weed. And then she's going to serve brunch. Make some BLTs. And he is going to continue working on that mobile app. And we're focusing on Sienna. She still has the ingredients for, yeah. Find the culprit. Transfers the sign and yeah. Oh, and let's not forget to pay the bills this time. Get mail. She didn't get the mail. Okay. In theory, we'll get one for positivity posters tomorrow. Paid the bills. Reached cooking level 9. Sienna, clean up all that. And then brew that. Just out of curiosity, how much skill does she get from brewing one of these things? So herbalism is currently at 64%. We are going to replace the stove. So 64%.
Go what?
79%. 64 to 79 is 15%. So another 15% would be 94%. Another 15% above that, and we do have 1 walking stick. So Okay, okay. I believe it's the de-stressing decoction. Yeah. She's going to need 2 muckleberries, 2 chamomile, and a walking stick. Take shower. Breeze through homework. And you were going to open. Was it 2 chamomile or 2 toxic chamomile? I think it was 2 chamomile, 2 muckleberries, and the walking stick. Yes, that was correct. So,
Luxane. Ugh. Whew. Ah. Ah. No. Suna. For no. Ah.
do your arm thing already.
Mm. Close them quick. Uh-huh.
More choices. Brew herbal remedy. De-stressing decoction.
Now a
George.
hard grip. Oh.
Drink that. You moron. Now resume that.
Ah.
She'll be better in 46 minutes. He's still working on that and perfectly happy. She working on that and perfectly happy.
Oh. Oh. Wasuda.
So the remedies should probably go in the edibles. The remedies, the potions, the serums.
Yikla.
3 noxious elderberry, 3 noxious, 2 fireleaf, and a rainbow. 3 noxious, 2 fireleaf, and a rainbow. 3 noxious, 2 fireleaf, and a rainbow. Three noxious, 2 fireleaf, and a rainbow. Three noxious, 2 fireleaf. fire leaf. And this goes here. No, this goes here. And you are going to use the bathroom. And then brew that one.
Yep.
And you are still working on your homework, Happy, and you are still working on your program, Happy. And you are going to need a nap.
Thor feminine. Oots. That's Ponyil. Gahara. Throw Shabal. Oots. That's.
We're going to have to go back to Granite Falls. If I can't... Okay, can any hermit... You're going to invite him over after... We're going to figure this out. We're going to figure this out. I didn't want to hit that. I wanted... Okay, she is done with her homework. And she is hungry. So... Let's get leftovers. And then clean out spoiled food. Yes, try for that baby. So we did get that option again. Travis Scott is still working and happy. What is she getting there? BLT. Okay. Too bad she can't clean the counter for us. I'm hearing the bug. I'm not seeing the bugs. Oh, the toilet is dirty. Brain fried from too much programming. Come clean the toilet. And then that. And then play an online game with your two friends. You are going to practice, play, and swing.
Don't be a Zara. Check a store.
Oh.
Foot no sooner.
Friendly hobbies. Interests. Small talk. Deep thoughts.
Oh, Sarkini.
Ah.
Oh.
Neeb. Nibs.
Score lab. Oh. Zilny. Pushbot. Ooh. Yeah.
Switcho. Lungebird.
Neeb. Right, Durfka. Neeb.
Jamin.
Salabaloom.
Jarl.
Sarapus. Snurf. David Snurf. Havla Yummy. Gaba Mooney Hish.
Mel. E. Boyev. Ho to Yape. Noi. Noi. Fras Bobsel. Chixi.
Where did he just go? Okay, so no, we just need to send him home. And Kalani, our husband will get very mad. If he catches us.
Mudo.
Okay, so we're getting ready to We'll either need to clone the walking sticks or the potion. We've got one, so we can probably just clone the potion when we get the cloning machine. The remedy, sorry. She has another recipe that she learns at level 10, I believe. But she's got another one that she has to learn from the hermit. And I'm trying to figure out how to get her and the hermit together without going back to Granite Falls. So what I've decided is we're going to go ahead and ask Kalani out on a date. And apparently she's not sleeping and we're going on a date. I have no intention of actually flirting with her. Because, you know, Yana is married to Travis. It's just a friend date. You know, their things just. And friendly hobby. Talk about herbalism. Friendly interest. Enthused about outdoors. Discuss interests. Brighten day.
Lisa Sway. Plavorva Pendola. Polka trip. Repaz. Yeah. Wivu.
Express admiration.
Bobanef.
Enthused about outdoors.
Quinn. Hayabu.
Ask to stargaze.
Reposhima. Misa. Webabako. What the? Posey the bay. Mika Weba. Larva. Webabako. Left the bay. Webabako. Left the bay. Posey's home. Webabako. Mika Weba. Webabako. Posey's home. Need the bet. Webabako. Posey's home. Left the Posey's home. Left the Bisbaloo. Webabako. Left the bit. Posey's home. Way before. Need the bet.
Learn herbalism recipe.
Olava Yamo in a brave.
Yay! Fungal infusion fertilizer recipes now have been learned from the hermit. Shall we end the date? Yup. And we have no romantic relationship with her, so that's good. And then we travel home.
Soup?
Yeah, but
We had a play date. Play dates happen in real life. Okay. Now she knows the fungal infuser fertilizer recipe, so she needs to make 3 of those. That along with the decoctions, if we can figure out how to get the walking sticks, will get her to level 10, I'm sure. But what we will probably do is just put all of the ingredients we're not going to need in fungal infusion is a level 0 recipe. Needs dust spirits. I think I've got enough of those. Okay, but right now she's going to go to sleep. He's going to get leftovers and then go to sleep. And she is going to use the bathroom and then go to sleep. Okay, now I need a nice long break for I guess a meal because I've been online now for almost 8 hours and haven't eaten anything. So yeah, food will probably help the yawning too. So we've done an 8-hour stream so far. We're down to 3 people in the household. Ashlyn will age up in 2 days to teen, and then she can start learning the skills more quickly that she'll need as a scientist. And so she'll start high school with a B, so getting her to an A won't be hard, and maybe we can even get her a part-time job. Or, I don't know, we'll work on an aspiration or something. This is done all the way to the end. No more go that way. Week 4 event completed. Yeah. So we're taking a break. Okay, so food in our house is a group discussion, and the group of two decided on hamburgers because I've been doing this for 8 hours and didn't feel like cooking, and she's been in class for 8 hours and didn't feel like cooking. So, yeah, so it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we are ordering hamburgers, and I've got about a half an hour until they arrive, and that is a half an hour I'm going to spend on the game. Away we go. Okay, she's going to class at 8 a.m. She's going to work at 2 p.m. and he has the day off. Is he still mad about the programming thing? Yeah. So
Arby.
see, that's nice. A little plant on top of the wall like that. We've got on our little thing that we use for to keep us from falling off our PL level, our terrace level in our apartment building, has little fuzzy plants that are about that big, and they're yellow and green and black, and they scrunch up all together, and okay, okay.
Oh. Beautiful Crambo. Ah, Snoop, Shrew for Snoop. Ah,
Good job. Go here so that you're ready for class. And she has some friends. Let's make some more. Do 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 do.
Oh, so. Hello, Gwenji. Oh.
Okay. She does have to go to work later, so we really should let her sleep another 15 minutes. So he's going to go up here and socialize, chat with Liberty's relationship is falling behind. Socialize with Liberty.
Sam's up.
What was that? No idea. Did she complete a want or something?
You both that. Oh.
We are having fun. We are having fun. We have anybody watching that wants to comment in the comments? Our bitrate slowed down to 4,000 there for a second. Wonder what's going on. There it is again. Turning down video settings or using something or the other. Y'all let me know if y'all are having too many problems. I'm gonna have her Use the bathroom.
Huh. 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 Ooh.
Well, he's not going to finish this aspiration now because he quit the tech guru career. I thought he was level 5 when he quit. But apparently uh yeah. So um sure. Let's see if we can know that family. No, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. If it doesn't check off have a romantic partner, okay. Um no, we don't really want to do soulmate. Um
Huh. 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 Ooh.
Okay, now we make fungal infusion fertilizer.
Oh.
Neat boy.
I need to know what recipe she learns at level 10 and what its ingredients are. So we're going to do some cheating. I'm going to look it up on our phone. I've gotten less energetic as the day goes on, and I think that's why I've lost my viewers. We are we are still shoot. Sims 4 remedies. Outdoor retreat. Herbalism skill Carl's skill guide is probably the best bet. Recipes, ingredients, and the Hermit's secret recipe. Eating plants, brewing. Those are the plants. Here are the recipes. Level 10 is the elixir of fertility, false moral, sage, bee, and will of the wisp. I don't think I have that many false morals left, so I'm gonna have to start harvesting them. But I don't need the Jezebel butterfly or the fire leaf. or the chamomile, or the fire ant, or the firefly, or the dragonfly, or the huckleberry, or the locust, or the monarch butterfly, or the mosquito, or the dust spirit, or the blue morpho butterfly. I do need the bee. I don't need the termite. I don't need the elderberry. I don't need the muckleberry. I don't need the stink bug. I don't need the katydid. I don't need toxic chamomile. I don't need jewel beetles. I do need will-o'-the-wisp, but I need more than two of them, so I'm gonna need one more of that eventually. Ladybug. Now, why do we have bluebells in here? Do we have them planted down here somewhere? Bluebells, right there. What? I don't... Whatever. We can sell those. Rainbow fireflies. Mantis. Morels. False morels. Snap... Noxious elderberries. Poison fireleaf. Luna moth. Will-o'-the-wisp. Bee. False morel. And sage, which is in the fridge. And we got to have plenty of. Open. Sage. 54 of them. Yeah. So we need to start harvesting false morels. It's the toxic morel plant. I'm gonna have to harvest it once, probably. Maybe twice. Alright. What potions, what remedies can you make in order to level up? Start at the bottom and work your way up. And make one of those. Make one of those. Coming! Okay, guys, we've got to pause and break for dinner. see how far we can get before I have to stop again. Food is taken care of. What's the most expensive one we can make now? That one. I already had one lined up. She maxed the skill. Okay. Let's see what this gets us. Okay. We need more choices. Brew herbal remedy. Elixir of fertility. False morale, bee, and will o' the wisp. What? What? Okay, let's see if that actually worked because the false morale is not showing up. It's telling me that I 3 and I need 4. So these are just going to hang out in my inventory until I have enough to make. Oh, I probably should have kept. No, we're going to just clone the bottle. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm going to really quickly stay paused here for a second to open Chrome and check Twitch stream manager because my Twitch stats are showing weirdness. So my bitrate is all the way up. 19 followers, 1 viewer, 9 hours and 13 seconds. And 15 seconds. Okay, and it is working. So, okay. So, close that and keep going. We're going. We're going. We're going. I was wondering if something had failed, but okay. Nope, we're good. She is hungry. Have her get leftovers. And then clean out spoiled food. And then more choices, program, continue making mobile app. Oh my god, finish already. Are you stopping because you are sad? That is ridiculous. Okay. Social. Call sadness hotline.
Oh, Watuni Miska, Blurna Cabbage Bator, Franj Boleen, Forba, Bimite. Ah, Neem. Yipsy.
Brain fried. 13 hours. Okay.
Kuba, oh. Oh, Lava. Mecca. Those are hooks. Oh, me. Oh, Joe boy. Slow button.
And that's the end of the night. Save as. Make sure we're saving the game on the correct file. Got another day there. Hello, 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 Miss Glow.
Glow just followed.
Hello, Miss Glow. Please join the chat. Let me know how you're doing.
Barzo. Kazulo. Biba. Kleina. Kazulo. Barzo. Humpy.
And that's it, getting all happy because we've reached our follower goal of 20 followers. And the toilet's broke. Okay, replace the toilet. Do you need to mop the floor? No. There's no mess on the floor. And get leftovers. I have no idea what you're getting for breakfast, but do it. And you are going to start work in 2 hours, hour and a half. So you're going to get out of bed now and take care of yourself, including getting leftovers as well. And Ashlyn is off to school. And when he's done, he needs to clean up the plates. Or not. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Da-da-da! Join. So we're seriously considering at this point going ahead and returning to the tech guru career because, because his aspiration actually requires it. And we weren't intending to do any of the other careers and get to work other than the scientist. And we're waiting for the scientist for Ashlyn. So, you know, the more time we spend in rabbit hole, at least the faster it'll go. And yeah. Okay, I want to see if I have any clues. No. Okay. So we are going to analyze evidence. Get rid of the fingerprint. That'll clear up some space in our inventory. Something broke. No idea what it was. Then we are going to cross-reference police database. Let's do the witness report. And our current job task is to interrogate a suspect, which we already did. So take mugshot.
Camus band trip. Hesinoy. Florib. Finalibo. Kiarba Lansif. Hispana. Krebine. Rover Bonefi. Nurgle Closenex.
And then analyze evidence.
Ah.
Oh wait, no, we need to put him back in the cell. Her back in the cell.
Panosa Labragus, Gorch, Rugi Payun. Oh, Najona, Barovis.
Bashana. Wasam is Yovoya. Zambu Monet. Sans easy Katuri.
Ah, so sad.
Web Aloy.
Wasabu. Shit, deserve.
Add clues. Cross-reference. Endurance run. Analyze evidence. Add clues.
And Loy, Sharuna on a birthday. Brenabo Lagenzo. Oh, Ibata? Click out. That's annoying. Ooh, locked.
Take mugshot at the booking station again. So this one? Yeah, take mugshot.
Oscar now, para. Yeah, Garza Warp Top. It's Storm of Flame. Arabev, huh? Yo, oh, Rich. Abadola.
Sienna is off to work.
Zephys Ranifes Wino. Oh, Oscar Brenab.
cross-reference the police database, but we have to wait until we put the mugshot person back in the cell.
Barb and Drake! You'll say Polish. Oh, your Vic.
Don't, Chiba.
And then cross-reference police database.
Jarjuk, Zarazar, Arzu.
Dumb Sabre, Hannah.
Add clues. Cross-reference police database.
Renglar.
Discuss case theories.
Web Bijelja. Not Civic. Oh, Ashgwam Brenab.
Add clues. Add clues.
Duel.
Issue APB.
Kaluyama.
Do 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 do. No 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 no. We go to the notebook. Open here. Hot-headed female, blonde hair, young adult wearing a blouse. I don't really count that as blonde. That's red. But she is wearing a blouse, and she's female and young adult. And she's the only person I see. So, yeah, we'll arrest her. That's our only option.
Fulfill.
Baba.
Ronan Coops.
Okay. Travis, your workday will end in 1 hour. I don't know if we can interrogate that fast, so let's just take a police report and then do a mugshot and leave interrogating for tomorrow if we come back. That running through the pool thing again. Okay, I'm gonna pause because it's 6:23. Our workday's over. Okay, there we go. And we got a promotion. Next shift is Thursday at 9 a.m. So, but do we continue? This is where we make the decision. Are we going back to Tech Guru? I don't know what to do with all of this evidence if I don't use it up. I don't know if I can sell it or delete it or anything. So maybe test that. And then maybe just work until we don't have any of that anymore. I don't want that in his inventory forever because then I'll end up in my household inventory when he dies and seriously, yeah, no. So if I drag this, I can get rid of it. So phone, find a job.
The nerve.
Oh.
And he has to start over at level 1. Play, flick block. What are you doing? You're playing on the monkey bar when you need to pee and have not done your homework. Use the bathroom. And breeze through your homework. And then you are going to harvest false morel mushrooms. Sell all. It looks like the only work today that needs done is that bug problem. And we have to have an adult to do that. So when she gets home, she needs to spray area for bugs. No. Okay. Fast forward. Get leftovers. What did you do to the computer? Yep, you broke the computer. We have enough to replace it. Actually, you know what? Let's get a better computer. Unbreakable. So, I'd like if you were to start chatting with me if possible. Maybe Miss Glow, if you're still on. Um, I do have some fun playing, but if I don't have anybody in the chat, I tend to not talk as much. And that doesn't mean, I mean, it can,
Banaza, but no bay. No. Ha.
use the bathroom. And then, woohoo with Sienna.
No.
And Sienna is going to wait for him to do that. And you have sold all the plants. Garden looks good. Send him home. You've done your homework. Go to sleep.
Whoa, Wixa.
Stevie glued.
Hibistan.
She's hungry. After she does the arm thing, we'll get her something to eat. Serve dinner. Butternut gnocchi. And we're going to go ahead and sell that. And we'll be using the cloning machine to make the rest of the potions we're missing. And then we're going to put 2 of each in the fridge to get used by Sims when they want to use them. And 1 of each in the food and pharmacy. Yeah, food and pharmacy retail store. Have her clean up that. I'm gonna put this in the and go to sleep. And with any luck, Ashlyn, yes, she is going to age up today. Please tell me I still have a cake. I have a cake? Do I have a cake? I have a cake. Good for another 11 days. That's nice. Okay. It is not quite 6 o'clock yet, so I'm still in time to save. And because I have no chatters, I'm going to take another break. I'm going to go to the loo and go out for a smoke or a vape or whatever I call it. And when we get back, Ashlyn will age up to teen, and we'll decide what we're going to do to make her teen years interesting, because it's only going to take us like half a week to get her to be an A student, because she's already an A student as a grade school student. She'll be a B student in high school. 2 to 3 days of doing extra credit homework and she's an A student. And then we've still got 3 weeks of teen. Or we age her up early and go ahead and get her into the scientist career and try to get that cloning machine sooner rather than later. And the point of this playthrough is to play as fast as we can through the packs. So maybe we should be aging people up early when we need them to do something for a pack. Let them progress normally until they're needed, but if they're needed to be a young adult early, then get them to that. You know what? I'll consult with my sometimes they like me collaborators IRL, and I'll leave the poll open while I go out. How does that sound? Should Ashlyn should Ashlyn age up as soon as she has an A in high school, to begin the scientist career that will progress our tasks? Or should we let her age up naturally? Okay. Put your answer in the chat. Okay, guys, I'm having a problem getting my moderator back online, but we'll see how we can do without them. Okay, so, without any input from the audience at large, we will be aging her up to young adult as soon as she is an A student in high school. So task right now is get her through her last day. You know, actually, we're probably going to age her up to teen today before school and give her the day off. Get leftovers. Assuming she finishes getting ready before then. Travis needs to take a shower. Get leftovers. And she got to school. Sienna. Clean lightly. Take a shower. Use the bathroom. Brush her teeth. When she gets up, she needs to be up by noon because she goes to work at 2. Oh, she doesn't work today, so she wakes up whenever she wakes up. Travis goes to work in 30 minutes. All of his motives are decently high. Go here. And then we're just waiting for her to wake up. Think about it yourself. You already got me to tell you to go out with somebody. Alright. She is going to... harvest, grow fruit. Sell all. Water all. Spray area for bugs. Does not appear to be any weeding to do. She had a eureka moment and reached level 4 in fishing. No mail. I thought we'd get one for finishing positivity posters, but apparently not. But we did finish them. So we have 6 of 23 collections finished so far. Bodybuilder. Push the limits for 1 hour while energized. So we want to run with chest out. Then we want to take a brisk shower. No, we're busy. And she's hungry. We're gonna wait on that. The child will be home soon. Who knocked on the door? Summer, go away. Invite over. No, we're focusing on Make-A-Wish. Add birthday candles. What is this? Grouch? No. 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 Okay. She does Renaissance Sim as a teen. Sell her childhood homework. Do her homework. Is there anything she already likes to do? She likes fishing. Okay. Push the limits. Get rid of that feeling focused. Nap. Then take a brisk shower. Then push the limits. Alright, so she's got, now, she's our heir apparent. So, we have things to say. Okay, in week 7, We donated 2 retail stores in Magnolia Promenade. That was the week before she aged up. And so we're now on week 8. Ashlyn Miss Glow. Oh, right. I did set that because I'm sorry. I did I had a bunch of people spamming me for, oh, can I help you promote your channel and stuff like that. And so I forgot that I had added that rule. Thank you for reminding me. Welcome to the chat, Miss Glow. Glad to see you. Feel free to pop in. And what I'm doing right now is we have a diary that we're keeping track of what's going on with this family. And I am writing in that Ashlyn became a teen. Happy birthday. And yes, I do apologize if this is upsetting you, but I have these rules so that I only have one moderator and he can't always be online. So it's hard for me to moderate the chat and do the stream. And I set up that rule, the 60 minutes between messages, or 60 seconds between messages, so that I have time to read a message before you send another one. I didn't realize you had to be following for 30 minutes. I thought you just had to be watching for 30 minutes before. I'll have to check that. I'll check that when I shut down the stream tonight. And see what that rule actually is. I may tweak it. Okay. She is looking at her phone. Okay. She's a little hungry, but read 3 books and reach logic skill level 3. So let's read Chris Barn and then Orbital Pudding, and then we'll get something to eat. Get leftovers. Thank you for understanding. Travis is home. Travis needs to play video games. Do 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 do. She is still napping. Wake up. There we go. Now she's energized. We'll get a brisk shower just to make sure she stays that way. She's pushing the limits. Now she has to do this for an hour. She read one book, now she's getting her meal. Not following directions very well, is she? Let's have her use the bathroom, then repair, then mop. Okay, and bodybuilder. Wow. I thought she was further along in this aspiration than she is. Okay. So be it. Let's have her cook something for dinner tonight, shall we? Serve for 30 minutes before chatting, but that can upset real and actual chatters too. But yeah, it's your stream. I haven't. Well, I might take the follow part off because I want people to be able to chat even if they're not following me necessarily. I just don't want people popping in and chatting just to try to sell me their services because that's specifically against my rules as well. And she is not going to dislike handiness. I don't care what pop-up we get. It's not going to happen. She's the heir apparent. She cannot dislike handiness or gardening or cooking. No. And sleep. And you are an idiot. Use the bathroom. Grab a serving. And go to sleep. And you have... Here. Go mop. Clean up. Endurance run, push the limits because you're... Okay, she leveled up the fitness skill. Now she needs to spend 10 hours exercising, so... And it's 2 o'clock, and she's off, and she's going to sleep. And probably should go to the bathroom before. And it's between 2 and 6, and we are saving. Okay. How's she doing? Thank you. I am having a pretty good stream today. We're making progress, and serve breakfast. The only thing she can make. Okay, he goes to work in 3 hours. She's gonna get in the bathtub. Of course she's gonna get in the bathtub. Okay, she can get in the bathtub. That's the slowest way to get clean, but sure, go for it. Except that now he needs the shower, so get out. Take a shower, use the bathroom, brush your teeth, and then grab a serving. Then you take a shower, use the bathroom, brush your teeth, and do a workout because you're not hungry. And we'll put this food away, and she is going to work in 4 hours. Let's start with sell all. Nope, not sell all. Harvest grow fruit. Then sell all. Then weed all. And water all. I'm not seeing any bugs. And she's got 20 glow fruit. We need 24, I believe, to fertilize everything. And we're just waiting until we have enough to do all of them at once this time around instead of doing them on multiple days. Because that was getting a little excessive. Both of them are gone for the day. I'm gonna have her make friends the first day, even though we're trying to get her grades up. Because we do need her to meet people, dateable people. Okay. She's made all the elixirs she's gonna make, all the remedies she's gonna make. I could have her do an endurance run. She needs to study opponents for her job. So let's have her do that for the next little while. And then when she's done with that, we'll have her go around and dig up treasure spots. No, thank you. I believe she has the, yeah, the collector trait. So, we only need one more fossil. And she just dug up at least 2 limestone that will produce fossils. Okay. And Ashlyn is home. And she's got a bee. And she actually did go up a little in school today. So let's do homework. And then you like fishing, so we'll go fishing for a little while. Oh wait, you don't like reading, but reading is one of those things that gives fun. So when you're done with homework, read Orbital Pudding. And then play chess. Why? Travis got got promoted to Code Monkey. Of course, he was level 6 in Tech Guru. He got the trophy, the excellence award for it before he quit. It's just painful. Play video games.
Okana.
Get leftovers. We'll get, yeah. We'll keep an eye on his 25%, 50%, whatnot. And we'll have him get leftovers when he's...
Ooh. Huh. Yibsy. Huh. Huh. Oh. Huh.
Enter a name for his new mobile app. Travis took fucking for... sorry, didn't mean to cuss. Okay. Mobile app completed. Enter a name for this new mobile app. Name the mobile app. TS for Travis Scott. Giggler. App. Okay, because that's a reference to another video game. And I'm going to promote the My Time series. That one is specifically from My Time at Porsche. My Time at Sandrock didn't have Gigglers, but My Time at Porsche does. And it's the TS Giggler app. Travis Scott finally finished that. And he's finished his video games for the day. And he's going to use the bathroom. And then go to sleep at a decent hour for a change.
Swinky.
No.
Ooh. Free
What are you doing? Sleep. She's miserable. We're not going to make her fix it. Replace.
Baby.
Okay. And it's 2 to 6, and if I go to people's inventories, she has what she's supposed to have. She has stuff that she's supposed to have. And Critinium, which doesn't look like it's down here. So, yep, it goes after Utranium and before Death Metal. It's right there. And 2 limestone. And it didn't mark off a collection is finished, so that means we're still missing that one in the middle. Go us. So we open this and throw all of that in there. And we go to Travis's inventory and it's empty. And she's the one getting up first. And save. And I think I'm going to end the stream here to I'm going to end the stream. I am going to end the stream here in order to check my chat rules and make sure and maybe tweak them a little bit. And we will come back in doing Get to Work. But I might add a couple more packs because several of the packs coming up we're not going to do a whole lot in, and so we can be working on 1 or 2 of those while we're waiting for Ashlyn to become a scientist. So I'm going to go ahead and activate luxury party stuff so that we can get a butler. And I will see y'all back with luxury party stuff activated. All right. So again, we go through the save as process. And we just saved this one, but we copy this part and do a new save. Luxury party. And maybe that's how we do it. Instead of aging her up fast, we just work on other packs until we get the ability to do that one. All right, I want to save as both of these just to make doubly short. Well, if she's a teen in both of them, then yeah, that's correct. So exit game, and I will see y'all. I will see y'all on the next stream.